Good morning, guys. This is Creature of Habit here. We are here to build the habit to consistently work hard to achieve our dreams. Session first is starting by 4. Mhm. For the last time, my this is why we are doing this. So very importantly, if you see, since we are doing environment, 2 or 3 days more, some concepts that we got wrong. The present definition of sustainable development is given by Agenda 21 is not even a report. It is our common future. Agenda 21 is not a report. Brundtland report. So the concept, so these concepts needed to be said. Why I am so retarded, I don't understand. I said rain can occur. I thought I just got a little more smarter. This I didn't do. 63%. So these questions that I didn't do correctly are largely answered by a large majority of people. So the thing is that there are some concepts that I have not been in. So even though in environment or learning from test, right? There was basic shit. Because, uh, no, So obviously I just forgot where that is. No, no. Torpid, that was torpid. During winters. And that, okay. Estivation. East Eastivation. No, it is not torpid. Uh,
Hummingbirds are pure delight. Shimmering colors, wings beating up to 80 times a second. But there's a furnace beneath those feathers. This is infrared, a glimpse of a hummingbird's internal heat, metabolism at full burn. When a hummingbird is hovering, with its heart beating more than 1,000 times a minute, it burns more energy ounce for ounce than any other bird or mammal. But wait, here's that same bird at night with its metabolism slowed to a crawl. It's in a state called torpor. Heartbeat.
this was it. So now, this is what it is. Basically, don't assume everything is simple, but now, now this is why we had done all of this, right? In the point of revision, there is obviously some portions of concepts that are weaker at this point. Concepts that are weaker. And it is all about adaptation and all that stuff, right? That is correct. That is correct. It is more of biology. It is more of biology than it is of environment. Yes, I did environment, but what about biology? Many of those concepts were not done correctly. Now, let's see where exactly they frame these questions from. Where I'm supposed to know all of this. From where? Yes, it was in some kind of that. Yeah. Hezbollah. I didn't know about Hezbollah. That was really sad. Then there was some. So there are some combinations of things that. So for example, this should not have been maybe that. Maybe that. So what shouldn't have been this, for example, is very embarrassing. Not being able to do the INDCs, very embarrassing. And then we have carbon sing. I still don't agree that depleted oil reserves will be considered. Why? I don't have an answer, so I will see what is a carbon sink. Blue carbon is marine carbon. Green carbon is forests. Black and brown. So a sequestration process is also called anything that stores more can be considered any relaxation. Yes, so this should not have been done. That should not have been incorrect. This can be. Now this is 62%. I uh, I should have been more objective. You know what we will do? What we will do is again one more environment question will be answered, and then we will see one more if there is. Module 3 I have done. What? Let's see. Let's go. We want to get better, we have to have a database. Database is required. First one in the world to include environment protection as an important feature. Hmm. 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 I know. No, I have not heard, and neither have this, but I will review this for later. Consider the foreign legislative just for environmental protection. WPA, Water Act, which gives you body. Forest Conservation Act is different from Forest Rights Act. All right, all right, all right. Definitely, one is before four. So correct chronological order. So first came Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. It came first. Then came Environment Protection Act. 1980 is Forest Conservation Act. 1970s this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and the following in the correct chronological order. That is in what came first should be first. Wildlife Protection Act. This was simple. Which of the following articles of the Constitution specifies aim to preserve the environment and nature? 48A, definitely. Which of the following were the reason behind the legislation of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972? The British Indian government actually helped the kings to poach, to hunt, basically. But the previous British Indian government promoted poaching of wildlife. This does not sound like British Indian government promoting poaching of wildlife. Why? So, if I think deeply, British Indian government, one of the things that so basically, simply in short, British Indian government didn't give anything for free to Indian citizens and to Indians basically or others. So when British Indian government promoted poaching of wildlife, it would mean that people would be hunting and selling this game, right? And this is a money opportunity that Britishers could have had. Now, that may be true, but so if there is this act, then poaching would be against this act, right? Yes, poaching should be then against this act. If there was this act, then So British Indian government would, if this poaching were to happen in British Indian government, then it would have to benefit British Indian government. That would mean that this kind of poaching would be uh, mediated or was done by basically agents of British Indian government, which would be in counteraction of this. Now, this is to say that British Indian government was not would not do anything contradictory. That is the assumption. So overall, there may be it may promote poaching of wildlife, and then wild birds and animal protection would have been there. First is correct because just after this, Project Tiger was launched. If something of this nature was there, then it would be there. I would say one and two. Schedule six. Ah, see, state governments do have the authority to make regional changes because it can notify wildlife sanctuary and national parks, so that is a regional change under the act. And declaring an animal as vermin is the prerogative of state governments. That is also correct. Schedule 6 contains plants that are forbidden, like red wanda and blue wanda. This is also there. The Schedule 6 contains plants that are forbidden from cultivation. So the thinking here is that a plant can be cultivated if he gets a license. That is the learning that I had. If he had the license, he can. Let's see. Unlicensed cultivation. Unlicensed cultivation is prohibited. I would say that are forbidden from cultivation. You cannot cultivate them. Now, this is very tricky. Schedule 6 of the Act contains plants that are forbidden from cultivation. That means legally you cannot cultivate these plants. That means this straight up. He does not specify if the cultivation is licensed or unlicensed. So, Schedule 6 in itself has a provision in the sense of legal cultivation of these plants. You can find legally cultivated red vanda and legally cultivated blue vanda in this country. So to say that those plants are forbidden, that is, they cannot be cultivated. They can be, but you require a license. Does it is of no uh, importance whether the getting of these licenses is hard or not. I don't understand that first is, I believe first is wrong. That's why, because you will find that there are cultivations of blue vanda and red vanda that are legal as per this act. Second is correct. Consider the following statement regarding the Environment Protection Act 1986. What? This is interesting. This I never knew that something of this nature is there in EPA. Have I mentioned it and it slipped my mind? Wait. Yes, this no jurisdiction of civil courts in cases related to orders. Hmm. Let's say both are correct. Complete ban on deforestation activities across the country. This is so idiotic. There cannot be development without deforestation. That is the hard truth. The ever expanding agricultural area, settlement area, industrial area needs land. Will they stand on, uh, will the farms and buildings be built in air? No, you need some kind of deforestation activities, but the deforestation activities must be regulated to regulate deforestation activity so that the, for example, forests like the Shola forest don't get wrecked. So I would say complete ban sounds pretty idiotic. This will then be a, if this was not there, then I will say that National Forest Policy of 1988 was something to laugh at that never was implemented. The BDA was India's attempt to realize the objective enshrined in CVD 1992. Obviously, this is correct. It aimed at fair and equitable share of benefits arising from the utilization of genetic resources. Both of them are correct, though neither is incorrect. Consider the following statement regarding scheduled tribes and others, basically the Forest Rights Act. The Act recognizes the inherent forest rights of the traditional dwellers as well as rights of the displaced communities. The Act is implemented by MoFCC? No, that is not correct. The Act is implemented by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So, second is wrong. 1 and 3. Consider the following terms. Oh, forest timber, MFP. What is MFP? Uh-huh. Now, now for this, I gave up immortality. For the people who are watching, session one is over. So what we'll do is we'll play a game of chess and we'll get back. Today we are not doing the newspaper obviously, but we are studying in a manner that is fun, that is actually doing question papers. Now see, I am also talking. Oh no, what the hell? What am I doing? What the hell was that? I was just talking a lot. I should have focused on actually doing Evan's Gambit. Let's have some fun. Alright. Okay. Oh, come on. You don't do this first. Well, what? What happened? I don't understand. What the hell happened? Uh, okay. Mm, I don't understand what happened. Ah! Okay. Oh, come on. I don't want because I have to study. Alright. So forest timber, bamboo, honey, and cocoons. Hmm. Honey? Now, major forest produce and minor forest produce. How do you differentiate between these two things is a very interesting idea. We talk about MFP, that there is MSP on MFP, and Vandhan Yojana has MFP collection and marketing of those. But what about what is considered to be MFP, my baby? What is considered to be MFP? Well. What do we have here? Forest timber, bamboo. Apart from forest timber is got to be major, right? It has to be major. Forest timber has to be major. It is the most abundant thing, forest timber. And wood and timber is two different things. Wood can be fallen branches as well, but forest timber is specifically fallen tree. One example of MFP can be mahua trees leaves, right? Bamboo, honey, cocoons, maybe. Which the following entity is considered as a competent authority under forest rights, that is entrusted with major decision-making power at grassroots level. Obviously, it's going to be Gram Sabha. Now, competent authority, and so how the Forest Rights Act goes is, for example, there is a family which has take the claim, all right, that we have the right to be here, right? We have the forest rights here. Then Gram Panchayat basically formulates a plan, and then it is this Zilla Panchayat who gives uh, who gives at the grassroots level. It is the first nod should be that yes, the claim needs to be there by the Gram Panchayat level. Gram Panchayat and Gram Sabha. Hmm. Hmm. Gram Panchayat is the executive body, and Gram Sabha is the legislative body, kind of, right? It is mixed overall. Overall, the functioning happens by the Gram Panchayat, the Sarpanch going to DC's office, going to Zilla Panchayat's office, and actually getting his job done, right? So, competent authority that is interested with major decision making powers has got to be Gram Panchayat, right? Green Highway Policy 2015, planting trees along highways. Reviews on a highway district administration. Okay, the objective is to reduce the impact of air pollution index along the highways and surrounding areas. 1% total. Huh? Gagan satellite system. District administration would be completely responsible for planting maintenance of trees along the highways. Either this or this 1% of the total project cost of all highways by capita. This seems too good. This seems good enough. Basically, GIS has been enabled, but Gagan, basically there are boxes that acts as anchor points for the GPS system. So it helps to correct, fine tune the GPS system's information that is providing. It's for navigation purposes, right? Gagan satellite systems? Gagan is not a satellite system. I don't know what they're talking about, man. Gagan is not a satellite system. I don't know. Maybe they are using some weird terminology with respect to the system being that satellite, and it's, well, there is an argument that, yeah, satellite is nothing without its own ground support. It is just another than piece of metal if there is no connection with. Yeah, that can be said, and from that extension, you can also say that anything that is augmenting this GPS signals for improvement, it would be the part of system. So yeah, that by that definition you can say that Gagan is a satellite system. What is ISRO's Bhuvan? I don't know what a Bhuvan is, but 1%, either it's not 1% but more, or it's not district administration but the state administration. On the basis of this logic, either this or this, because this is correct and I believe this is also correct. All right, I will review it later. I can do this. That is what I'm saying. The following areas are considered as the coastal regulation zone 1. We made a video on this. It is very simple for both normal and this. We didn't talk about the zone as in divided by, but one is divided into coastal heroes and uh, so basically mangroves, whatever keeps the uh, coast healthy. So mangroves are always there. Turtle nesting grounds are also there. So 1 and 4 is there. So sand dunes. Sand dunes? Seagrass bed. Oh man. Oh man. I forgot what the first A and first B was. That's sad. That's sad. That is sad. Yeah. Uh-huh. Why do I keep on forgetting this? Intertidal zone. Sand dunes are also there. Sand dunes, sea west bags, all of the above. Hmm. In the wake of which of the following incident, Chernobyl nuclear tragedy for दंड करनी है. Go Bhopal gas tragedy. In the last year, 2020, some modification were made to the island protection zone norms. Most eco-sensitive zones on the it allows for manual mining of atomic minerals and mining of sand for construction purposes with permission from local authorities in non-eco-sensitive zone. Probably. Which of the following statement regarding solid waste management is correct? Solid waste management. Oh, wait a minute. This is wrong because 70% is collected. Bioremediation uses only natural breakdown toxic. This is not the fundamental duty of every citizen of India to protect and grow the natural environment by proper waste management system. This is also incorrect. This is correct. Consider the following statement regarding hazardous waste management rules. It is of only animal. It is of only animal. Vegetable origin, I don't remember. But yeah, for this part, if this was there, then I would have in a heartbeat said that this is correct. But vegetable origin, I believe that vegetable origin was not the problem. I don't understand if there is a difference between these two. Let's see, let's see. Hazardous waste management rules. Waste edible oils and fats. So this is correct and this is also correct. So neither is incorrect. E-waste includes refurbished computers. Used and refurbished. If it is in use, why? Refurbished means it was repaired, renewed, right? Those are toxic elements. Lead, mercury, cadmium. Yeah, this is correct. For collection of e-waste, producers, extended producer responsibility is there. Why would refurbished computers be e-waste? They are in use. If it would say that these rules apply, Justice Puttaswamy's case is not there. No, neither is Prakash Singh Badal case. Let's say it's MC Mehta case. Which of the following country, out of these two, I just blindly picked up? Full-fledged national level green tribunal for conservation. India has obviously, it is obvious. New Zealand. Let's say this. And move forward. CPCB, that was also a blind guess between two. It is a statutory body constituted under air pollution. This is wrong. First being wrong makes it second and third. Because CPCB is under Water Act. Polar stratospheric clouds are often associated with ozone layer depletion. Under the Kigali Agreement, the freeze year for India will be 2024. Under the National Afforestation Program, forest development agencies plant trees in the degraded forest lands. Compensatory Afforestation Management and Planning Authority (CAMPA) funds are deposited in the public accounts of India and public accounts of states. This is interesting. That is why I will have to answer so that I see. This is interesting, right? Okay, Joint Forest Management started with Rights Act. Second is obviously wrong, and first is correct because it is in the Forest Rights Act only. It is being provided to the communities, to the local communities, the right to actually conserve their forests. That is correct. Recreational forestry. Recreation alone? A forest timber on agri land purely for commercial purpose only. Planting of trees on sides of roads, canals, and railway, along with planting on wastelands. Significance. Hmm. Let's say this is also correct. Farm forestry, agri-forestry basically. Agri-forestry means that you are planting some trees within the cultivation field. And why do you do that? First of all, this integrity of soil is maintained. Obviously, environmental benefits are there. Commercial purpose is correct, I believe. But we'll see. We'll see. Which of the following regard wherever there's only I don't like to go with onlys. You know, there are multiple ways that you can define. You can say that farm forestry is good. Though I would say not only but one and three. National Bamboo Mission is incorrect. It is a central sector scheme with 100% funding coming from central government. It is implemented by MoFCC. It aims at holistic development of bamboo sector in terms of growth, enhance yields, and scientific management. This is correct. It aims to generate employment opportunity, especially for unskilled. This is correct. So either it is not a central sector scheme, or it is not implemented by MoFCC. Hmm. Then who would implement it? The possible candidates are tribal, uh, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, mm, National Bamboo Mission. Ministry of Agriculture is also there. Right. Ministry of Agriculture is also there. Yeah, it's a centrally sponsored scheme. Under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, implemented a two things are wrong. Wow, who would have thought? Oh my God. This is amazing. They actually got two things here that are wrong. Okay, it's implemented by Ministry of Agriculture. Comprehensive Environmental Pollution Index. This is a rational number to characterize the environmental quality at a given location. Billion Lights is a campaign by Terry that promotes the use of solar lanterns, especially designed and manufactured on a decentralized basis. Wow! Eco mark. There is eco mark as well. All the marks need to be updated. We'll see all of the above. This I do not know. Mangroves for future initiative. Thailand Seychelles. Mangroves are here and here. Do Pakistan have mangroves? It has a coast. Either Pakistan is there or not there. There is no particular reason why it should not be there, but no particular reason for it to be there as well. Because mangrove forests are not found near Maharashtra that much. I mean, it is in the Ratnagiri, but there is a significant space between two mangrove spots in India as well. Maybe this is a curveball. Basically, everybody, if India is there, then Pakistan is not there, kind of situation. Well, let's go this way. Rukmani Devi Arandali pioneered the setting of the board. It is the first kind to be established by any government. It is in accordance with the Section 4 of PCA 1960. NTC is not there. And Wildlife Institute of India uh, or the board. It's a board. The Animal Welfare Board. The National Biodiversity Authority headquartered in Chennai is a constitutional body. First is wrong, obviously, because it is a statutory body. Wildlife Crime Control Bureau assists foreign countries in attaining universal action towards wildlife crime. River Basin is interested in ensuring minimum what? In ensuring the minimum ecological flow or above. So yeah, 2 and 3 are there. Radioactive iodine causes serious damage to the thyroid gland, especially among children. Fluorosis is a common problem in several states of the country due to intake of low fluoride content. No, fluorosis second is wrong because fluorosis means there is high fluoride in water. So second is wrong. Inhaling lead dust like is the common source of lead poisoning. Yeah, easy. Recently, Beidou, China, easy. Crew Dragon became the first space vehicle to launch humans from American soil in became the first space vehicle to launch humans from American soil in 9 years. Is this new? Bruv. Crew Dragon, wasn't it Virgin Atlantic? SpaceX. I am retarded, bro. Sarabhai crater. I don't know. But it is interesting. I would say Mars. Let's say Mars. A moon. There are craters on moon. There are craters on moon. There are large craters on moon. It is high. It is of high probability that we actually uh, that there is a crater that needs to be named and was named. Then there are much more craters on moon as compared to Mars. Astrosat can simultaneously observe which are the following wavelengths. I don't know. Recently, government has ah I was ignoring drafts because drafts can change. This I know, this has reduced, I know for sure. Post facto project clearance because basically start and later. Third and first is there. And mitigation. Screening comes first, obviously, and impact analysis is done. So 1 2 1 2. Mitigation stage. Now, EIA report basically considers this impact, provides with alternatives, and then there is 1 2 3 4. I would say COVID-19 and decrease concentration, increase overall temperature during the airborne coronavirus. So second was wrong. Second is wrong. Clearly, increase plastic waste generation because more consumption was there. Consider the following statement with global e-waste monitor. This cannot be true, bro. Basel Convention looks for waste. E-waste should be there. How is this possible? There is no way. No way. There is no way. Per capita? Impossible, bro. Impossible. This is impossible. Second is incorrect. Definitely, second should be there in the conversation. Basel Convention looks at the matter related to e-waste generation and management. E-waste generation and management. No, Basel Convention does not look into this. It looks into the import and export of waste, not generation and management. All of these are incorrect. Which of the following is not an objective of India Cooling Action Plan? Reduce cooling demand across sectors. Increase the overall capacity. This is not there. This is not there. Consider the following statement regarding virtual water. The water is not virtual environment. What the fuck? It is the water contained inside a given product. This is not correct. Virtual water, if anything, would mean that what amount of water was used in making that. Used in making. So second being is watermelon is also false because in making of rice there is much more water used as compared to watermelon. So second is wrong and third is also correct. Project Tiger. Plastic waste management rules 2016. Microns. 50 is correct. Gram Sabha have been given the responsibility of implementation of policy. Multi-layered plastic as these are easily biodegradable. Multi-layered plastic is easily biodegradable. Are you sure about that? I don't think so. Even if policy promotes this, it would not be because it is easily biodegradable because there is no chance. The consequences of COVID-19 on the medical waste management system. Lower volume, this is absolutely bogus because there is large amount of waste that is being generated during COVID-19 with respect to medical waste. Overburdened disposal capacity, that is correct, and lack of segregation because there is confusion in biowire where it should go. CWET 2030 project. We have not reached CWET 2030 project right now. So we cannot answer that. Which of the following state was the first to develop lichen bark? I don't know. Super year for the biodiversity. Wait. Super year for biodiversity. Right. CBD. H is going out. Hmm. Prior warning regarding cyclones. Search and rescue. Speaking to a friend. The communication satellite GSAT. It is the INSAT series. Navigation satellites are INS. Communication satellites are INSAT. Hyper spectral imaging satellite? पेरिजी यानी पास and apogee माने दूर. Angular momentum is conserved. V1 R1 is equal to V2 R2. If R2 is less greater, V2 is smaller. Apogee. The speed is slowest at apogee. Satellites are nearest to the Earth at its apogee. Around the Earth balances evolution of satellite around the Earth balances out the gravitational pull. What? This is correct. Obviously, this happens. There are only two forces. Wait. You are telling me that F is equals to R mr omega square only. Uh, uh, Perigee means near, man. Perigee means near, and near is the fastest point. Centripetal force due to revolution of satellite around the Earth balances out the gravitational pull, bro. Uh, then what was all that talk? Oh my God. Angular acceleration. It has angular acceleration or not? If there is angular acceleration, then it would have torque. Straight up I alpha, but it does not. J is constant. Oh, damn. I need to have some rough work to do. Um, Basically, A theta is equals to what? A theta is 0 and we have AR. Whew. That is R double dot This is the centripetal force. This is, let's say, F by M R double dot plus R theta dot का square. R double dot is not 0. Who said that? That is not true. So hence, after a much said that none of this is true. Centripetal force due to revolution of satellite around the Earth does not balance out Earth's gravitational pull, but not only centripetal force, but the 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 rate of change of the rate of change of the rate of change of radius is also in centripetal force due to revolution of satellite balances gravitational force only if the trajectory is circular, and that is not always the case. Consider the following statement regarding polar satellite vehicle. PSLV has 4 stages using solid and liquid propulsion system alternately. Uh, Polar PSLV has 4 stages. PSLV has 4 stages. This is right. This is right. After no, second is wrong. So see, the second is wrong, but easy. Juno mission, Jupiter, or Mars, or Venus, or Uranus. Juno is for Jupiter, right? 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 Juno mission. Nice. That's right. Parking orbits help manned space missions to recheck the system before moving into the desired orbit. What? I don't know about this, bro. Arrange the different layers of sun in the sequence from outside to inside. Corona is the outside, absolute outside, and core is the absolute inside. So 4. Outside to inside. 3. Which of the following is Kuiper belt? Outside, bro. Beyond the dwarf planet Pluto. Kuiper belt. Wait. It is either between Uranus and Pluto or beyond the dwarf planet Pluto. Kuiper belts का हिस्सा है Pluto. I remember that much. Also there. Right. This is what I remembered, and I remember it correctly. It is it is large. It it's a large belt. Pluto is also part of it. But it is not constricted only between Uranus and Pluto. It is much farther than that. Let's say it is beyond Pluto, let's say. And Pluto is starting. I don't know. It's beyond Uranus. Then that would have been the best answer. But let's say this is a streak of light that appears in the sky when it enters the atmosphere. Meteorite. Meteoroid. Ah, meteoroid, meteor sight. So meteor is the thing that strikes. That is true. Lunar Lake is meteor strike lake. Ah, 17. Meteor. Meteor does not burn up. A meteor does not burn up greatly. This I believe is wrong. First is correct. A meteor does not. Meteorite. Meteorite and meteor. Ah! Supercomputers. Virtual reality describes a three-dimensional computer-generated environment which can be explored and interacted with by person. Augmented reality is real-world elements that are enhanced by computer-generated perceptual information. This is correct. In machine learning, machine learn by experience and first skill without human involvement. Artificial intelligence machine can make their own without constant human supervision. This is correct. This is true. This can happen, and this is also true. Neither of us is incorrect. Cannot be for speech recognition. There is display compassionate behavior. Sophia gave material world equations behavior or self-reassemble is not. Self-reassemble in case of injury is GG's. This is straight out of fantasy. Self-reassemble in case of injury, this does not happen. And the artificial intelligence could be problematic. Accountability is a great problem. Stereotyping by robots. Intelligence explosion? What is this? Explosion. Geographically linked set. Auditability. Blockchain. Which are the following? Mysterious partner. Uh, future skills platform. While 2G and 3G technology relied on optical fiber, 2009. This is way too early. Vijay Kelkar committee, Paula Rangarajan committee. These two are different committees. AP Shah. Well, let's say this. Sycamore, a quantum computer claims supremacy. Okay, it is Google. Which of the following are the possible applications of quantum technology? 2 and 3 are the applications. It promotes localization of data storage and processing, drastically reduces the latency. It is more expensive compared to cloud computing system. The term dark web is following. It can be accessed through Google Ignore. This is wrong. Wrong. This is also wrong. The granted contract to a firm for building study supercomputer for I don't know. Asilomar. I don't know. Well, it can be very useful in which of the following vehicle registration, financial inclusion. Financial inclusion. Well, blockchain technology has no limits. You can use it anywhere. Blockchain technology has no limits. Decentralization, decentralized handicaps. Vehicle registration, decentralized. Make it decentralized. Decentralized financial inclusion, making records that can be changed. Everybody using crypto. There is no problem. Financial inclusion will occur. Trifine offers use of data. Act of European Union General GDPR aims at demonopolization of the data. That is true. All personal data have at least. Yeah, both are true. This gotta be China. They be doing stuff. The object is created by laying down successive layers of material one over the other. It allows the creation of lighter, more complex than the too difficult. Both. The financial side of physics. What the hell? And it was in a different direction. What is this? Mole, amount of substance, Kelvin, heat, temperature basically. Heat is energy. Kelvin, heats SI unit. Heats heats is actually not Kelvin. 1 and 3. Heat is joule. Kelvin is temperature. An astronomical unit is the mean distance from the center of the Earth to the center of the Sun. A parsec is 1 second of the speed of light in vacuum is equal to 1 astronomical unit per second. Third is wrong. Because if this is heard, then it would not be. It would be per 8 seconds. Pound, ounce, kilogram. in order, the increasing order of mass. 1 ounce is larger than a pound. A yard distance is smaller in length compared to a meter's length. ये सब कुछ नहीं आएगा ये. Why will this? All of this will come. This will never come. There are 4 quarts in a gallon. Why would I use this bullshit type of system of units? What? Bruvs. Bruvs. You moving mad, man. You moving mad. I have not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. If I leave everything right now, then also I have not. Uh, but a yard distance is smaller in length compared to a meter's length, while a former is longer than a feet's length. 22 yards is 20 meters. First is correct and second is incorrect. Second, yes, consider point, quart, point, and a liter. 4 quarts make a gallon. Quart means quarter. 4 quart makes a gallon. Or 8 quart makes a gallon. Yeah, 4 quarts make a gallon. 2 pints make a quart. Barrel is much larger than a gallon. So basically, 4312 in decreasing order. 4312, 4312, 4312. Yes. Barrel is the largest and point is the smallest. That is correct. A cricket ball released from the top of the building strikes the ground with a much higher velocity than a ball released from the first floor. The mass of the body is a constant quantity where its weight varies slightly from place to place. That is correct. First floor, your terminal velocity reached. You think that with first floor you will reach 150 kilometers per hour? No, you will not. A much higher velocity than a ball released from first floor. First is correct. Second is also correct. In a cricket match, when a fielder has. What is this? What is going on? These questions will never come in UPSC. What, bro? Ice Baba, you tripping. You tripping hard. In a cricket match, when a fielder has to catch a fast moving ball, he moves his head along with hand to reduce the impact. A stretched piece of string. Water in an overhead tank. A racing car moving very fast. This is high kinetic, this is potential. Tor is related to darknet. It is easier to launch satellites from the equatorial region because too much there is high kinetic energy in the region. It is much, in fact, cloudier in equatorial region. This is bullshit. Arrange the following daily use items according to their increasing order of density. Bro, wood floats on water. Wood floats on water, so wood is lower density, increasing so 2 1. 2 1. All is so for this dish. Alright. Aluminum. Does aluminum float on water as well? Uh, Daily use item. Alcohol and water are very similar. Very similar. It completely depends on aluminum. What type of aluminum is used? Aluminum. What type of aluminum are you using? If I boil the shit out of that, will it float in water? If daily use, I'm not using that. I'm using the aluminum sheet, right? Then it has to have lower density than wood. Uh, let's say this. Lower density than wood. Lower density than wood. That would mean 4-2. 4-2. 4-2. No, there is no 4-2. 2-1. 2-1. 2-1. Either 4 is maximum or just maximum. So let's say this. Sin a candle is drawn upward into the wick. This is in the form of each other. Both A and B, because dispersion and internal reflection given an angle. Internal reflection allows it to bend, and dispersion allows it to form color. The term sonic boom is often associated with aircrafts and jet. Consider the following: blood, aerosol, gel. Colloid. Blood is a colloid. Aerosol is a colloid. Milk emulsion is a colloid. Okay. All of the are colloids. Consider the following subatomic particles inside the nucleus: neutron and protons. Consider the following statement regarding chemical reaction: what is the reactor endothermic, exothermic, all combustion and decomposition are exothermic in nature. Electrolysis, endothermic. This I don't know. Turmeric, red cabbage, cauliflower, probably. Which are in the following in order of pH values? Blood is slightly acidic than water. Soda is basic. Coffee is acidic, much more acidic. Coffee is the most acidic, decreasing order. So pH lowest in all this, right? In this or this. With respect to water, soda has higher. Soda has highest to lowest. Yes, this is correct. Vulcanization of our liquid hydrogen is used as rocket fuel. Four is correct. First is correct. 1 and 4 are all of the above. Liquid hydrogen is used as rocket fuel. Liquid hydrogen. One 27. Oh, 145. How the people are so low? Only five people answered this, or what? Have only 5 people answered it? Oh, it's not. Oh, it's today. It came today. Bro, it came today. It's. No, I gave it today, bro. Oh, come on. 487 students attempted this, and I'm in top 5, bro. Bro, bro. This is amazing. I am in top 5, bro. Bro, 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 and separated by 3 questions, separated by 3 questions, bruv, bruv, bruv. Talk to me nicely, talk to me nicely, talk to me nicely, talk to me nicely, bro. Talk to me nicely, bro. 4, 5, 4, even 4. Talk to me nicely, bro. Talk to me nicely, bro. Bro, talk to me nicely, bro. 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 Let's see what stupid shit I did. Yes. Talk to me nicely, bro. Come on, bro. What was that? I was just about to be so happy, and now somebody is taking this test, and now I'm 13th. Anyways, now this. Now, this first, I don't understand, but the second is much more interesting with respect to what we are doing here. An expert committee constituted by the Indian Board of Wildlife considers amendments to the Act as and when necessary. With the amendment of the Act in 1991, with the amendment of the Act in 1991, powers have been withdrawn. Oh, so there has been an amendment in 1991. Any wild animal, a vermin, a list of wild animals to the Senate requesting to declare them, but the former does not have any decision-making authority. Okay, now can I cultivate and now tell me this. Now this is what I'm talking about, right? The confusion is huge. Forbidden from cultivation means what? Is it the terminology? If this can be true only if these exact words are used in the act. Let's see the act. I have been going crazy. Life Protection Act, Indian Kanun bro. Where are the schedule? Where are the schedules? Ah. At 44. At 44. got a piece stick. Oh, oh. Where is it written and it's forbidden? All I know is it's license is required. Next second, huh? यही था यही तो था hair breadth. See, blind guest. Deal. Huh? Wait a minute. What the hell? Oh, 322. That. Oh, 1113. Oh, there's a freeze here as well. Who would have thought? These are important things to learn. Bravo. Freeze here. What? So, bros, 4 sessions are done straight up. Straight up, 4 sessions are done. Okay. That practically gives us 20 minutes, but will not be greedy. Greedy. 10 minutes are sufficient. We'll be reading the newspaper. This is why we do tests, bro. New information. Better way of revising stuff. What the fuck? I don't care. Alright. Very really. We will go on about this. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. I would like this. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Black one on time. I don't care. I don't care at all. Alright. Okay. Alright. Damn. Damn. That was painful. Very painful, bro. I just blundered and he just punished me so hard. Oh, baby, 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 baby. No! Oh, nigga, fuck. Damn. Damn, man. All right. Easy, bro, easy. This was easy. Ah, damn. Ah, damn it. Ah, damn it. That's just one huge blunder, bro. I had a plan. Just last. I guess we. I didn't know my time situation, bro. What the hell? I lost that game. What? Damn, my time ran out. What the hell? All right. Last game, bro. You thought, right? We almost gave 30 minutes, right? That was slightly longer than I thought. We started at 15. 15, 45. A little longer. We will have a short breakfast, that means. All right. Oh, not here, but here. Bro, almost 45 minutes did I play, right? Right here. Oh, 30 minutes. It was 30 minutes before all of this. 30 minutes, absolutely, exactly. Come on, man, what the hell is going on with Indian Express, man? What is this? Anyways, I got Hindu. I got Hindu as well. Log in, baby. Log in. Log in. We got logged in. I don't give a shit. Only Sharia says the Taliban in Afghanistan. Look at Akhanzad. Khunzad thing or a chat. My council now the Taliban is taken over by the Islam something Hayabatullah Khanzad would likely win in charge. Said senior member. The Taliban would also reach out to former pilots and soldiers from Afghan forces to join the ranks. Wahidullah Hashimi, who has access many issues regarding how democracy does not have any in our country, not discuss what type of politics we should apply in where it is studied and that is it. GG's, bro. GG's. Anybody who was thinking something else is retarded. Why are they fighting, bro? Why were they fighting? They won. Afghani people do not want it. But what is this dichotomy, right? Afghani people do not want it, but Afghani people are fighting. There are much more Talibanis as compared to the Afghanistan National Army. 1,200. From where are they coming? Hmm? Taliban is actually fighting and winning. Is First of all, there is knowledge gap, but that knowledge gap is compounded by the fact that many and motivated people were fighting. We saw the video of Vice yesterday that showed some of the things that were going on within the war. So that Afghanistani war had US fighting alongside Afghan National Army Force, right? Now, what US has been claiming is that there is a lack of will, and it is true because that Vice video tried to show that there was somewhat of a lack of motivation, and it said that there is no lack of motivation. They're underfed. Whatever. Why are they underfed when trillions of dollars not enough to feed an army? You must be kidding me, right? They are not underfed just because the US has not provided them. Plenty of aid has been provided by the United States of America to Afghanistan National Army. But the fact of the matter remains that actually the youth and the people who are willing to fight, because they have a saying that you have the watches, we have the time. समय घड़ी तुम पे समय हम पे. What does that mean? That simply means that within Afghanistan, the people who are willing to fight are going to Taliban, and those are majority of the people who are willing to fight, right? May it be due to indoctrination or whatever, but Afghanistan National Army also suffers from really deep corruption situation. That is what the problem was. They were underfed, they were unmotivated, all of that because their ranks were corrupt. So on ground level, it showed. But Taliban is not corrupt at all in the sense of that they are faithful to Quran. So there is no corruption there. And how do they weed out corruption? Through draconian measures. They kill people, right? So, so there is straight up death, and there is religious fanatic belief. That is deadly combination. They view dying as victory. It is really hard. It is really hard to fight a opponent who's ready to die, actually ready to die. That is very potent, very potent. Combine it with regional knowledge. The fact remains that Taliban people have regional geographical acute knowledge, but Afghanistan National Army could not build that intelligence network in 20 years. That does not seem plausible. That knowledge argument, I do not find it accurate at all. 20 years is more than sufficient time. Should it be done by US? Probably, but it should have taken the help of the national army. But it is corrupt in its own way. Many maybe um, faithful to Taliban or Islamic rule, Islamic Emirate. It is no democracy. It's a very heavy loss for India and absolutely devastating for people in Afghanistan. This is absolutely abhorrent. No democracy. Even Pakistan has democracy, man, in which the power of everybody is curtailed by the word of Allah. That country is democratic. At least it says it is. Hmm. What? If that were, it's so bad, in bad faith. What a bad faith argument. If this was the case, this retard SPMP Shafiqur Rahman Burke, bro, no, let me get above this. I will not turn into retard or anything that is demeaning. That is bad and offensive on my part. That is not true. But his argument is faulty. The point is that if we imagine that Afghanistan was this Talibani movement was actually an independence movement from the rule of United States. Let us say that it was being run by neocolonialism, and you will not find the similar characteristics of drain of wealth and ruling, taking revenue. Basically, the drain of wealth is the major, most important characteristic of an imperial country. Then, then there is a parallel. Then there is a government being set up to ensure the drain of wealth happens, and with that exploitation comes. That may not be there, but there would be influx of capitalist countries, capitalist instruments of industry, foreign development, FDI, foreign direct investments, and etc., FPN, and all of that. But that did not happen in Afghanistan, first of all. So it is not an independence from a rule. There is nothing. It was an invasion. So your argument would change. Okay, so they were fighting invasion. Who are they? They are Talibanis, right? So if there was a there was so the Taliban if represented the whole of the Afghanistan, then why are people running? Why are we seeing those horrifying videos of people running away from this country? They have won, right? They won the independence. In India, people did not run away from India, except if they wanted to go to Pakistan. Everybody, uh, if you remove partition from the equation, then you would see that whole of India was against the British, and it was seen by the fact that when we and Pakistanis gained independence, there was no panic within the country with respect to who would rule us, uh, or basically it would be like, okay, we got away from Britishers, right? Then there was panic with the respect that border is being set up, and we do not want to get ruled by our own people, but we do not want these people to rule us, but these. So this was an option, and it was exercised, and it was horribly implemented, which resulted in riots and all of that stuff. That is completely different. There was chaos due to the seed that was planted by the British before leaving. So apart from that, that chaos was created, right? So so in that sense, you would say that there was a broad-based consensus on the fact that US should not British has to leave, be it the people who wanted to live in Pakistan or be it the people who wanted to live in India. But now we are seeing that people are trying to get away from this into another place as refugees. As refugees. So refugee creation has occurred due to Taliban takeover. In India, there was no, well, the refugees in the sense that they came from Pakistan. Uh, the fundamental difference is that these refugees were created by the policy of partition, and it was not by the takeover of Indians or Pakistani. The takeover, uh, if the takeover is done, if the similar position would have been that if each and every or the majority of Indians were leaving by water to other countries, not only Pakistan. So that partition thing is kind of confusing because it creates, because it had refugees, it had people running, just like now that the people are running from Taliban. But the people were not running from Taliban, but not running from the governments formed in Pakistan and India. They were running to get to the government that they wanted to be in. So there was an opportunity that was being lost. That was the case, and it has no. So there is no parallel apart from a bad faith argument. So, you will, and so the argument would be formed on pedantics and definitions, but actually everybody understand that there is a very fundamental difference, that there is a reign of terror from which the people are running away, and then there is an opportunity to live in what they wanted to live in for so long, and the haphazard way the implementation happened created the chaos of. If the partition would have been peaceful within, no involvement with the British, no formation of quick no quick formation of borders so quick, why how would the country prepare? The countries were not even free, and the partition was implemented so quickly. They would have been in, if the partition would not have been bloody, if the implementation was in the fact that there was considerable time given to both the people, and there was a mutual understanding between the two newly formed countries that yes, the borders are not fixed at all, we will ensure that peaceful uh, peacefully they go. But that were not to be. There was, uh, it would have been much better if without British involvement these two countries came on one table and formulated a method to get the people who wanted to go to Pakistan to, and the people who wanted to go to India. But there was no time given. Mountbatten Plan came into action in 1947 itself. It was not even, they were not even given a period of 6 or 7 months. How can this? The people would have to reconsider and all of that. That created the problem. It was the implementation of a really bad policy, which was bad at the start, right? But here there is, people are running, so the reason is different. So bad faith argument can be made on the pedantics, but so this is really a bad faith argument on the basis of how the things looked, and people may fall for that. People may fall for that. So these kind of comments that compare the two situations who look optically similar, all optically similar, it is not even optically similar because one is implementing, not implementing democracy, and is a reign of terror. That is going to be because the Sharia law is a reign of terror at the end of the day, on the basis of on the basis of fear. They rule the fear of God, basically Allah, but basically the divine punishment. That is fear, that is terror. It is good or bad, I will not comment on that because everybody's faith is different. I do not agree with it, but it is what it is. Absolutely disagree, because that is not the modern way to go. Our thinking has come a long way, and it has worked fine in achieving spiritual satisfaction, because if you have complete freedom, then you can achieve spiritual satisfaction as well. There's no need to govern people the same way at all. There are Indian citizens there as well, US citizens there as well, there are multiple citizens there as well. Then why would you just have a law that is basically based on beliefs? If I don't believe in something, then you will kill me. That is what you are telling me. And that cannot be agreed with. I can believe what I want. Basically, that is what it is. So it's a very bad way to think. Basically, the significance of there is no data and so no consistent no data declaration and monitor the part of life. Check all others must bring data. Is unlikely to be found in any office of the government. There is mounting evidence to show that either the government has no data about issues that it, that show it in a bad light or with alternate facts. The answer is zero. If there was a filing cabinet that still maintained, then the file data would be the thickest. The desperate scenes of migrants walking back to their villages after the announcement of sudden lockdown were were impacted. But when the government was the answer that it had no data. When asked in September 2020 how many frontline health workers lost their lives during, then again, there was no data. Consumer data, other cases. Well before the novel coronavirus pandemic, Mrs. Mosby decided not to release the results of all India household consumer expenditure survey conducted by the National Statistical Office during 2017-2018. The result of the survey would come before 2019. CES, yes, but the government waited for after the results, offering an excuse that there were data quality issues. It is pertinent to note that leaks from the data had suggested a note for the Islamic consumption expenditure, an ominous proposition that this is for the first time since regulation has started. That no, that this was for the first time since the no data declaration happened to this year. The government told Parliament in this motion that the number of death causes mentioned are available on the lack of oxygen claiming lies in the second wave of COVID-19. It had no information on the number of farmers died during the farm agitation. It has been a stubborn toll of no data on the economic losses due to internet shutdown, in which India has the world record for the most by any democracy. The government said it had no information on a parliamentary question on vaccine shortage, clear as day with the number of inoculation centers shutting down due to no doses, the Union Minister of Health declared in the parliament that there was no shortage of vaccine. The government understands the power of constructing a narrative using data. The power of 1.7 lakh crore notional loss due to airwaves sold during the second term of UPA government was a data point that was used masterfully to weave a narrative. A serious attempt to comprehend why it is saying no data is important because there is no trivial matter but crucial to a larger political project. Hands off responsibility. The first reason why no data is to be maintained is easy to understand. If the government were to acknowledge any data, even if this were a highly dishonored number, it would be tantamount to entering in the ring. So the president is being accountable for the medicine deterioration in the state of the thank you Modi ji has represented on government advertisement across the board, embodying the total personalization of governance. The flip side is that any failure would imply failure of the centralized machine that continually claims credit. Denial of data on important markers of governance, delivery issues, whether it is pharmaceuticals themselves, people consuming far less than before, hunger rising, the mismanagement of pandemic or botched up vaccine policy keeps responsibility at bay. If the government knows it must be responsible, and conversely, if it does not, it can pretend no one died and no one lost child, and the failure did not occur at all. Bound to stay. The second is not acknowledging facts and numbers to deflect accountability to the other unit of power to continue stand and chance, and then that is state governments to fall in the share of taxes due to states having never been so low in 5 years it is now. But to continue to mesmerize citizens, keep them in benefit and by it's critical for the government. Acknowledging data is information of failure derails this project, and the creation of alternative paths is very important. This needs not just avoidance of responsibility, but deflection from wider issues. So we continually hear variants of health as state subject. India was told that there was no data on deaths during no the state did not give and it did not say much for the political opposition of past government that will be held accountable at the center. The third reason, apart from the direct evasion of responsibility and accountability, why no data is consistently maintained is that it allows regimes to retell the story of the time. This is not about rewriting history, but about retaining the power to script the present and future date. The truth does not matter, the narrative does. Recently, crucial health data missing from national health missions. Health management information system went missing. It was only after data watchers made a fuss that the data on the website was restored. Consider giving absolutely no data for the lab. The new cycle allows public memory to be only that long. It might be fully possible to tell the story of oxygen in the second wave in a year's time by writing fiction. If data on this subject were provided now, it narrows the flight of how far spin can go on to market a dismal failure as a success. Information is power and lack of knowledge is absence of power. Is gigantic and growing information gap between the state and the citizens. The state is building the largest ever technology-driven structure ever built by identification, the Aadhaar, which wants biometrics before poor people even get their food grain rations. The state wants to be able to use facial recognition tools before putting in place a legal framework to be able to do so. All this data is sought to be extracted from citizens while it is trying to maintain an effective no data position on the biggest snooping revelations. The international consortium was exploding globally after an essay revealed the asymmetry of power can be sustained by keeping citizens in the dark by increasing the ruler's reach to know everything about everyone else. There is certain brazenness in saying that with a straight face and on record at constitutional forums such as Parliament that the government does not have data. It is seen to feed the public image of a strong ruler by demonstrating unbridled authority and unconstrained power, but this partly is also a piece with the information skew. Encouraged not only because the government does not wish to part with data, but because denying citizens the data helps to restate the emergent power equation between government and citizens. It is something that right information activists witness routinely as they try and exercise their right to get information, lest the total concentration of power with the rulers get diluted, that data will not be given, shared, or made easily available. Sometimes their citizens speak up. At the height of the second wave, when poor and helpless ended up burying their relatives on the shore of the Ganga, it was taken as an end of the matter. But being in denial did not help when it rained. 60 bodies buried floated up on the banks of Allahabad, Safamau, in Uttar Pradesh. It was forced to burn their last ride that night. But those were exceptional dramatic circumstances. Eventually lived experience of people, those whose kith and kin died due to the lack of oxygen. This can be a tall order, expecting citizens to hold their reality as a constant to Sarkari spin. That too in a situation where several institutions now data is not a bug but a feature of the bro. Todd Howard याद आ गया bro. This is not a bug. This is a feature. Yeah, this is true. This is great. Information skew, basically. Keeping an aftermath. Only the threat of global backlash can stop the Taliban from inflicting harm on Afghan society. A threat of global backlash. How do you propose to do that? Economics? It won't work when the people are being ruled by fanatics. Do they care? If they cared about the economic prosperity, would they fight so long? All they want is Sharia law. Don't you understand? Don't people understand? It is all, they all fought for Islam and they won. That's it. That's it. Until and unless. So all of this was due to form an Islamic emirate. That's it. Not one shred of anything else is important to understand. I don't understand how there is global backlash. There's nothing to stop. You will put economic sanctions on Afghanistan. Put it. Starve them to death. It does not matter to them. They will be pastoralists, live in abject poverty, cut off from the whole world, try to spread their Islamic emirate as far as they can. That they would not be successful at the very least, because people hate, I'm afraid to use the word, but hate such kind of non-democratic governments. But you cannot do anything to save the Afghanis. All you can do is provide refuge to these people, so that one day Afghanistan is empty and the emperor is just ruling chairs. That can happen. But what about the propaganda? Propaganda attack, intelligence attacks, that needs to work. Now you have to use your diplomacy and intelligence and propaganda to actually completely shake it from within, to make it. The reason why Taliban won, they know that Samnewadi is corrupt. You have to make Taliban corrupt. There will be people within the whole system that would be willing to give something for worldly pleasures. They may be led by fanatics whose only aim was to please Allah, but there will be many who would be willing to give all of this for worldly pleasures. You have to use that. Questions. Have agreed to hold a virtual G7 meeting to discuss a common strategy and approach, yet it will be complex and likely frustrating task to reconcile its position on minimum government of the ground reality of rule by Taliban in its May 2021. The only problem everybody is going to have is that it can be a terrorist breeding grounds, and it will spell problems for everyone. That is the problem. That is the problem. When they had declared there will be Sharia law, then you better know that terrorism may occur, and that has direct consequences for every country. Those are direct consequences. You should not believe Taliban now. Don't believe anything that it says. There will be nothing, that because they have absolute power. You want to only way is to just in to say that you are on war. The whole NATO is going to come and crash and completely decimate. So before that, you issue calls, spread the propaganda that you have to leave Afghanistan, establish a refugee control program, basically getting these people to safety. And after a point of time, you believe that anybody who is remaining in Afghanistan now is more or less supporting Taliban, and even if given another opportunity, ample opportunity to move away, they did not. They have exterminated now. Full force, go full force if you want to. Otherwise, there is nothing you can do to stop, and it is an extremist solution to a problem that may occur later and has direct consequences for everybody. Using diplomacy, that it does not mean by force. That would mean you have to completely destroy this government, and for future references they do not come back. That is all it is. The basic jurisprudence is that the parliament may not truly represent the voice of their commanders. Similarly, enduring. Given that the project of long-term military occupation change has amounted to naught in this country, the only lever you might have to press is foreign aid, and should the circumstances warrant sanctions. Indeed, the May 2021 communique Noted the current future support to them and life partnership framework and progress towards the outcome of the Afghanistan National Peace and Development Framework as rather is that they have already been disregarded to the extent that the Islam has been linked to numerous attacks on civilians. This means call for eschewing violence and hindered access to military and foreign affairs. There is a punitive element that leads teeth if the Taliban had this still passed. $823, bruv. When did we start? Yeah, we got it. We got it. Session 5 is also over. Let's see what is the breakfast situation. Let's see what is a breakfast situation, baby. Breakfast is going to take some time. And that is unfortunate. But what should we do? 24 and 10. Basically, 15. Half a session extra we have done. Yep. Yep. You already know this. You too, bro. That fresh and fail in A and B, bro. That is something that I was looking forward to. Oh, Dar Martin. Bro. Bro. Let's go. Jinder Mahan. Or somebody. Yo. Funky and flimsy. Bro, pretty stocky. This is amazing. This is study. We are studying. We are studying, bro. This is amazing. This is study. And we are studying. Amazing video.
इस धरती पे अल्टीमेट सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी है ना, वो एक लाइट है, सन है। उसके बगैर अपना आधे घंटे में ज़िंदा नहीं रह सकते, शायद कल्पना नहीं कर सकते अपनी चीज़ की। तो मैं तो जब तक सूरज रहेगा, जब तक एनर्जी का सोर्स अपने पास।
राजस्थान के कन्वरपुरा गांव में रहने वाले अमित ने अपने 1.5 हेक्टेयर के खेत से अपनी आमदनी 200 गुना तक बढ़ा ली है। यह बदलाव आया है कुसुम योजना की बदौलत।
Basically, Kusum Yojana is solar. A solar panel will be provided. Wait a minute. It's full form. Wait. So first we will revise PM Kusum. किसान के ऊर्जा सुरक्षा एवं उत्थान महाअभियान decentralized solar power plant on uncultivable and agri land that generate up to double the requirements of the pump. Rest used or sent to discount by farmers for money. Support provided by government to set these up. Installation of solar pumps and solarization of grid connected pumps. And it is not till here. Wait a minute. The specifications of these schemes are there. There are three portions, A, B, and C. Why I did not write that is beyond me, but that is important nonetheless. And that is what we need to see as well. Government schemes, bro. PM Kusum, baby, 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 baby. Kusum, 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 PM Kusum, 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 PM Kusum, 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 PM Kusum. How it works will be, it would be easy to understand when you have Amit's example, but at the end of the day, we have to remember and see how it works with respect to other things and which route he took, right? Uh-huh. I like it. That's the way. I like it. MNRE, PM Kusu. I mean, 118. Basically 120. 120 is one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so component A, component B, and component C. Well, one more. We have one more 2021 government scheme. What is the full name, bro? What is the full name? 2020. Damn. Is it in these downloads? Oh my god, oh my god. Yes, this one. So MNRE, 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 M Ministry of HIJKLMN. Version 75, 77, let's say. 75. Oh, Lord. Now, component A, installation of decentralized ground-mounted grid-connected renewable power plant. Installation B, standalone solar pump. C, solarization of grid-connected pumps. So solar pump, and power plant. How much money and what objective? Provide financial and water security to farmers. Budget, so to expand the coverage. To set up solar power generation capacity to there follow and sell it to the grid. 20 lakh farmers to be provided for setting up standalone. Another 15 lakh to be held. La 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 la. Component A, a renewable power plant. And aim is to add solar capacity of 30 gigawatt, 31 gigawatt by 2022. 31 gigawatt by 2022. Oh, yes. Renewable energy. Renewable energy power generator. So renewable power plants of capacity up to 2 megawatt will be set up by individual farmers and FPOs on the barren or cultivable, so basically on their land, referred to as renewable power generator RPG. No penalty for RPG. For shortfall, projects smaller than 500 may be allowed. Based on feasibility. Performance based incentive. Order to install standalone solar pumps. Solar pump cost. So basically, you set up, we will purchase. Then component B is solar pump. They will be generated the indigenously manufactured solar panels. Center and state to share 30% of pump cost each, farmer to provide 40%. Can access bank loan for up to 30%. C. Be supported to solarize pump of capacity. This IEC. Until now, farmers were provided 60% financial assistance. 30-30. Again, here also 60% earlier and 60% in component B as well. Center will now bear 30% of cost of building a small solar plant, and the balance 70% would be borne by state-owned discom to supply the feeder electricity to the feeder. This would obviate means remove remove the need for farmers to replace every existing pump with a solar pump. Has been enhanced. मोर कंपोनेंट ए में कितना पैसा देता है सरकार? इलेक्ट्रिसिटी टू electricity लिख दिया. Electricity to forming small power plants to provide electricity to agri feeders. is 40%. 1 lakh megawatt, 100 gigawatts by 2022. Component 1. Setting up of 10,000 megawatt of decentralized ground stilt mounted grid connected solar or other renewable energy based power plants or other renewable energy based power plants. It does not need to be only solar, but solar or other renewable energy. Other renewable power plants of capacity 500 kilowatt to 2 megawatt will be set up by individual farmers, group of farmers, cooperatives, panchayats, and farmer producer organizations (FPOs), water user associations (WUA), hereinafter called renewable power generators. However, state discoms may allow setting up of solar or other renewable energy-based power plants of capacity less than 500 kilowatt in specific cases. The REPP renewable energy-based power plants will be preferably installed within 5 kilometers radius of the substations in order to avoid high cost of sub-transmission lines and to reduce transmission losses. The distribution companies will notify substation-wise surplus capacity which can be fed from renewable energy power plants to the grid and shall invite applications from interested beneficiaries for setting up renewable energy power plants. The renewable power generated will be purchased by discoms at a prefixed levelized tariff. In case the aggregate capacity offered by applicant is more than notified capacity for a station, bidding route will be followed by discoms to select RPG, and in such cases the prefix will be the ceiling tariff for bidding. Selection of bidders will be based on the lowest tariff offered in the ascending order as quoted by the bidders in a closed bid or e-reverse auction as the case may be. A model power purchase agreement to be executed between the renewable power generator and discom has been prepared by MNRE and attached at Annexure 1. The duration of PPA power purchase agreement will be 25 years from commercial operation date of the project. The total energy purchased from these renewable energy plants will be accounted for fulfillment of RPO by the DISCOM renewable purchase obligation. Produced FPO water users are not available to arrange equity required for in case the farmers, group of farmers, cooperatives, panchayats, farmer producer organizations, water user associations are not able to arrange equity required for setting up the REPP. They can opt for developing REPP through developers or even through local discoms, which will be considered as RPG in this case. In such a case, the landowner will get a lease rent as mutually agreed between the parties. हम हाँ तो अब एक सेकंड well, it is cut short by 8 minutes. Let us say our session 6 is also over. We will meet in 9. Breakfast break is there now. Condom fish.
I think most people can agree that iconic foods like burgers, pizzas, sandwiches are simply things that we cannot know a world without them. And I think that these fall in that category. Okay, so we're making bao. Again, we've made them before, but this one is
very different.
I'm talking about the kind that have taken the internet by storm and the ones that are shaped kind of like a little choco. Typically filled with pork belly or many other happy kiss things. And if we're gonna do this, we're definitely doing multiple fillings. A traditional one for sure, but what are the other options? My mind immediately shouted at me,
Like it always does.
to smoke something. Not like a smoking a pancake, but more of a smoker, bruv. And look, I've always been a traditionalist smoker by tending to the fire and this and that, so that's where today's sponsor, Traeger, comes in. After using their smokers for about a year, I've realized that they're a true smoking tool. And since all of you constantly complain, oh, it's too hard to smoke, then the Traeger 885 Ironwood is your savior. Trying to help you here. Precision smoking, minimal active effort. I mean, it's basically the sous vide of smokers. Take it or leave it, bud. So click the link in the description to learn more about how the Ironwood 885 can smoke, grill, and do all
Them little things.
precisely with little effort. So with all that said, let's make this, shall we? All right, we're making two different pork belly buns here. A more traditional, super tender, red cooked pork with crushed peanuts, and something with a nod to that tradition, but smoked kind of like a beautiful brisket and sliced to utter succulent beauty. Now, before we even look at how to make our pork, let's make our bao bun dough. If you don't make the dough, then Papa no give you seal of approval. It's super easy, so stay with me and stay calm. Start with 1.5 cups or 360 milliliters of whole milk. It's around 95 Fahrenheit. To that, whisk in 2 teaspoons or 7 grams of instant yeast and 3 tablespoons or 40 grams of granulated sugar. Let that sit for 5 minutes. Then in a large bowl, add 4 cups or 600 grams of all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons or 6 grams of baking powder, and half a teaspoon or 3 grams of salt. And of course, give that some business. Then add your milky yeasty boy to the flour mixture and mix by hand until you get a rough dough and just need that little powder bowl add and 3 tablespoons milk. Super easy, so if you don't make the and stay calm. Start with 1.5 cups or 360 milliliters of whole milk. It's around 95 Fahrenheit. To that, whisk in 2 teaspoons or 7 grams of instant yeast and 3 tablespoons or 40 grams of granulated sugar. Let that sit for 5 minutes. Then in a large bowl, add 4 cups or 600 grams of all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons or 6 grams of baking powder, and half a teaspoon or 3 grams of salt. And of course, give that some
50-60%.
Then add your milky yeasty boy to the flour mixture and mix by hand until you get a rough dough and just knead that little baby man for about 3 minutes or until it begins to turn smooth. Cover that with plastic wrap and let that rest for 10 minutes, then pull it back out and knead it one more time for another minute or so until very smooth and extensible. Now look, don't get too carried away with kneading or you'll end up with a tough dough and a disappointed ba. Now gently roll that into a ball, place in a greased bowl, cover with plastic wrap, and let it rise for 1 hour at room temperature. Whilst that's rising, cut out 20 pieces of parchment paper in the shape of a square, about the size of your palm. This will be for your finished bao. And once your dough is done and plump, punch out all the air and cut that into 15 to 20 pieces that are around 50 to 70 grams each. From those pieces, form them into light balls, cover them with greased plastic wrap or a damp towel to keep them from drying out. Then to shape them, lightly flour your work surface and your dough and roll into an oval that's about 2¼ inch by 4½ inches and about 1/4 inch thick. Flip it over so the underside is now facing up. Give it a few more rolls on this side if it didn't quite get to the desired length. Then brush that side lightly with vegetable oil, fold it over itself to get a taco shape and place it on a piece of parchment. Repeat that process with all of your little bao babies. Place them on a baking sheet and cover with greased plastic wrap, and in my opinion at this point, they rise very fast, so if you're not going to steam and eat them right away, I recommend immediately refrigerating until you're ready to use them, which you can do up to 4 to 5 hours beforehand. Otherwise, proof them for 15 to 20 minutes at room temp or until slightly puffy. Now to steam these bad boys, prepare a steamer basket, set up over a pot of gently simmering water, transfer your bao buns on your parchment into the steamer, put as many as you can fit in 1 layer only. Cover and let them steam over medium lowish heat for 10 minutes. Listen, you need to understand that while these are cooking, don't remove the lid to check and oh, how are they doing? Because if you do, you'll release an angry gremlin that will shame you for ruining your bao for all of eternity, which at that point, I feel like you probably would deserve. Now once those 10 minutes are up, cut the heat, but leave the lid on and let them sit in the steamer basket covered for 4 more minutes. Then remove your lid and reveal the big plump boys and place them on a baking sheet or a plate, cover them with plastic wrap to keep them from going dry, then leave them in a slightly warmed up oven while you make the rest. So obviously this can be done while you make your filling or after you make it, up to you. So that brings us to, well, the fillings. First up is Mr. Traditional. Start off with 1.5 pounds of skin-on pork belly, cut that into 3/4 inch thick strips that are about 2.5 to 3 inches long, then begin heating a large Dutch oven over medium-high, add just enough vegetable oil to coat the bottom of the pan, season your pork to taste with salt, and sear in a single layer for 2 to 3 minutes, flip, and sear the other side for another 2 minutes so you get a beautiful browning. All hail the Maillard reaction. And repeat with the rest of your pork belly. Once all your pork has been seared and is out of the pan, deglaze your pan with 2 cups of filtered water, then add 3 tablespoons of dark soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of regular soy sauce, 3 tablespoons of Shaoxing wine, 2 star anise, and about 1.5 tablespoons of rock sugar, which, to be fair, is usually only going to be found at a local Asian market or specialty market, so you can totally sub regular sugar, but it won't get as nice of a gloss as with
Rock.
just traditional papa things. Now bring the to a boil over medium-high, then reduce the temp to low and to simmer. Then add all of your pork back, cover with a towel or parchment paper, then a lid. This really helps get a nice seal for the perfect braising environment. And let that simmer for 45 minutes to an hour, turning the pieces every so often to get them coated in the sauce. Now please be careful with the towel, make sure it doesn't touch the flame for obvious reasons, okay? Be safe. Then once your little pork man scent
He's cooking in an induction.
is tender and glazed nicely, remove it from your pot, and if that liquid isn't quite thickened
Therefore,
enough, crank
audience.
up the heat and reduce that
Audience.
liquid, stirring occasionally until it's thickened and glossy. Then pour that over your pork and gently toss to coat. Cover that with foil and place in a warm oven until ready to use. For that magical peanut topping that those of us know and love, and potentially have dreams of, you'll simply need 1 cup of roasted peanuts, place them on a plate and in the freezer for 10 minutes, then into a food processor to beat the shit out of them by pulsing repeatedly until you get a semi-coarse powder like this. Mix that together in a bowl with a small pinch of fine sea salt, 1/4 cup of powdered sugar until thoroughly combined, crush up any dried bits of powdered sugar, and that is your peanut
Quite sweet.
topping. Last but not least is our carrot daikon salad. You can use fresh or pickled carrot. In this case, I'm using some of my pickled julienne carrot from my poke video, but to do that, get a medium-sized bowl, and of course, you're going to need a
Big boy.
daikon. Chop that and julienne yourself, about 1 cup worth of daikon, followed by 1/2 cup of julienne, fresh or pickled carrot, season that to taste with salt, and a
Bro,
small
it looked
splash
like
of
Loki.
yuzu or lemon juice, toss together to coat, and that's
Who
your
li-
salad.
who likes
okay,
Loki?
assembly time. Get your bao bun, fill it with your carrot daikon salad, then a 50-50 mix of fresh Thai basil leaves and cilantro leaves, top it with your beautifully braised pork belly, which by the way, you can totally remove the skin at this point prior to serving, should you not desire that. Follow that up with your lovely peanut topping, and that is your beautiful bun. Now hold on to your cowboy hat, brother. Before we crack into this here bun, we gotta make our competition. It's time for Mr. Smoky. Maybe we'll call it our Sichuan smoked pork belly. Sounds good. Since we're gonna use our Traeger, the ease of smoke goes
Dummy.
and I mean, it really does. You add your hickory pellets to your auger, close it, turn it on, and set it to smoke at 275 Fahrenheit, and that's actually it. You're ready to go. To prep your belly, let's first make our spice mix. Get a 1/4 cup or 4 pucks of palm sugar, place those in a bag, and crush by smacking that thang. Been a bad little palm shuggy. Teach it a little lesson. Shoogie woogie, papa's boogie.
Bruh.
Then place that into a blender and make sure that that palm sugar is pretty well crushed or it will obliterate your blender's blades, along with 4 star anise, 2 teaspoons of Sichuan peppercorns, 2 teaspoons of fennel seeds, and blend that until you get a fine powder. Optionally, you can add some dashi mushroom soup powder if you're a bad boy like me. Blend that in as well, then pour that into a medium-sized bowl along with 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon and 2.5 tablespoons of kosher salt. Whisk that together until thoroughly combined, and that's your spice mix. Next, you'll need a 4-pound piece of this time skinless pork belly. You can always cut the skin off yourself and make chicharrones if you're a real G, but that's up to you. Cut your pork belly into rectangular pieces that are about 2.5 to 3 inches wide so that when you slice this,
One
it'll be
day
a
will
similar
come when I
length
will
to
die
fit your bao properly. You may
cracking
have
my
some
neck.
meat stragglers when you slice it, and that's no problem, brother. Now season your meat generously with your spice mixture, and you'll likely end up using all of it. Rub that seasoning in, place it on a wire rack, and then place it into your preheated Traeger or smoker, close the lid, and let that bad boy smoke for 3 to 4 hours until tender but still
Bro, that's heavy.
sliceable. Now while that's smoking, since we sort of have a good old barbecue going, let's make a sambal barbecue sauce. To a medium-sized sauce pot, add 1/2 cup of white distilled vinegar, a 1/3 cup of dark soy sauce, a 1/2 cup of granulated sugar, a 1/4 cup of sambal oelek, a 1/4 cup of gochujang, and 3 tablespoons of wildflower honey. Mix all that together, set the heat to
Why
medium high,
is this
and once
so
it comes to a boil,
sweet?
reduce the heat to low and simmer it and reduce for 2 minutes. Separately, whisk together 2 tablespoons of cornstarch and 2 tablespoons of water to make, well, a cornstarch slurry. Add half your slurry to your sauce and check for consistency. You want this bad boy to have a similar consistency to hoisin sauce. Add more slurry as needed. And well, that's it. Give it a little taste and go into heaven because now you have a beautiful, luxurious barbecue sauce ready to coat a plump, succulent slice of pork belly. Okay, so once your pork belly is done, remove it from the smoker and let it rest for 15 minutes. Then using a serrated knife, slice that beautiful hunk of, oh, she juicing. So you can already tell just from these porky puddles that this is going to be a beautiful time. Anyway, slice it into 1/2-inch thick pieces. I like it thick, but you can also go thinner if you like. Then once your pork is sliced, open up a nice warm bao bun, add your juicy pork belly, give it a generous coat in your sambal barbecue, top with some fried shallots, if you can even find them. Apparently there's a shortage in Houston, which is just dope. I cry every time. Hit that with a nice stack of fresh and very thinly sliced green onion, and that already looks like an iconic bao bun. Oh, and would you look at that? I made it through this entire video without making a single bao pun, so you can thank me for that. Now, after you've thanked me, we can then begin the taste test. Wow, look at that. We have Mr. Traditional, oh, little cute little, spilling peanut everywhere. And then we have something a little different. The idea was combining brisket and, well, this. We had the smoker, the Traeger killed it. It's got the smoke, but first, let's try taste. See, that made me trip over my words.
Bruh.
I took a big bite.
It's just what you would expect from a proper guabao. The delicious pork. It's succulent, tender, rich, fatty. You can taste the star anise. You can taste all the different spices, and it reduces down to this beautiful glaze. It's what you want. Now this, on the other hand, it's like a barbecue sauce almost. It's juicy. It's
Lucy.
This isn't about better. It's not about which one is better, but this one is better. Only because it has a bit of a more refined taste, and yet it hasn't lost what I think makes a traditional bao. With that said, you want something more traditional, you go this route. But if you want something extra special, that has the flavor, it has the smoke, it has something just a little bit more than what you thought you were gonna get, gosh darn, get that Traeger one. You wanna know what else is full of smoky pork belly dreams squirting with meat juices? B-roll. Alright guys, and that is it. Thank you again to Traeger for sponsoring today's video. We appreciate them. And look, being completely honest with you, I love finding ways to enhance the meals that I make at home while also making things more efficient. It's a big thing for me. And the Traeger Ironwood 885 makes wood-fired food deliciously easy to obtain. So whether you're a traditionalist smoker or a beginner and you just want a perfectly smoked meal, click the link in the description to learn more about Traeger. Now let's talk about this guabao. There's something special about having these beautiful cloud-like pillows cradling a tender piece of pork belly. It's an amazing experience, and people spend lots and lots of money to go do it. The reality is it can be made at home very, very easily. Time doesn't equal difficulty. It just means you have to be patient for once in your life. Take a Sunday, hang out with the homies, crack open a cold one, drink a White Claw, whatever the hell you drink. I don't care, it doesn't matter. Just give it a shot. You won't regret it. Now, with all that said, if you enjoyed this video or you learned something, leave a like, subscribe, and I will see you.
What do you do, flight crew?
Bro.
FTC. Flight team stand up! FTC, the strongest, is finally August. We got shit K22 screenshots and official gameplay ratings, but no gameplay. because Ronald and Mike Wang are failures of the dev society. We have no gameplay for 2K22. Let's put this in perspective. The game comes out in almost about 23 days, and when I'm making this video, we have not one single little trailer, even like a teaser, like the alpha trailer that they always bring out where it's not even the final motions of the game. Like, I mean, I don't have any high expectations, to be honest with you. I've already told you whether the game's trash, mid, or great. I'm going to be on it. You know what I'm saying? We bring it back to 2K19 vibes again. You know what I'm saying? You know, got a lot of built up demon energy, put it that way. So yeah, man, we're gonna check out what we gotta look out for. You know, especially for like OP players or like, you know, what players went up and down. Usually when we do these types of videos every year when 2K drops the ratings and everything like that, a lot of hypebeast basketball fans do not like my opinions, and I'm just here to tell you that I don't care. So let's check it out. Let's see what players.
84.
Damn, they tried LaMelo Ball, bro. What? This is a short video, but I might end up pausing. This might be the most pauses in history if it's like this. Or bro, 84 overall for LaMelo Ball. 84 overall,
bro.
He should be at least an 88. This is disrespectful for somebody that has a lot of like. I feel like LaMelo Ball's hype is just as big as how LeBron's was when he came into the NBA, bro. You know what I'm saying? If it's not, it's damn near like almost there, bro. Like. And he's living up to it, like, respectfully. He had a great rookie year. He got injured, I think.
He was clearly the chosen one when he even had not played a game.
A game. 89, okay, I like that. I feel like, Trae Young got to be a 92.
Bro,
he gotta
90
be a 92
plus, bro.
His game style, he has a game style mixed with, like, N1 street ball and the NBA, bro. He got to be a 92 at least, bro. A little bit too low on these ratings, bro.
Luka has to be 90 then. If he's in
88 overall for Chris Wannabe Michael Red Middleton.
No way, bro.
90. 96. I like Okonkwo's rating. Drew Holiday 85. Okay, Middleton and Drew Holiday. I don't know who made these ratings. Lay off the crack. Lay off the coke. Lay off the heroin. Lay off the bath salts. Please. I don't know what other things you're probably doing, but lay off of it for just a month and just see what you do with yourself in life. Okay, Middleton. For you to have Chris Middleton, Wannabe Michael Red higher than LaMelo Ball just shows and says a lot about the hype.
Bro, what the hell are you talking about, bro? Bro, Middleton hit clutch shots after clutch shots in the NBA Finals. NBA Finals. LaMelo didn't make it to playoffs. But Lamar would tell you Middleton is better than LaMelo. You'll be tripping.
Just because you get into an NBA championship, it's like your ratings just go up. You don't even have to like be the reason you're there. Okonkwo, first of all, was the reason why they went to the championship. Now, I do like Okonkwo's rating at a 96. I feel like with him, because of like, you know, 2K, it always favors like, you know, rim running dunkers and rim running and all that. I feel like he should maybe be a 97, just one more up.
All
you know what I'm saying?
96, then I'm
maybe it's
good.
respectfully
And
there
LeBron should not be higher.
he has a low three-pointer, which is cool. Middleton honestly should be higher, nothing higher than an 81. Honestly, I'm giving Middleton a 78. He has a 95 3S. What else should he do? He can't dribble. He's not fast. I run faster than him with two toes. You know what I'm saying? His defense is mid for somebody that has a long wingspan. Like one-on-one against Buddy, like I'm dropping him off 11-5. He doesn't have like he basically just doesn't have any athletic. He has you know, a cool uncle at a Sunday cookout type of a game. You know what I'm saying? A dude that bragged about how many state championships
he does not have. He has, bro.
Won and never made it
he
to
was
the
playing
league.
like MJ, bro.
Drew Holiday should be higher than 73, bro.
And
I don't care what anybody has to feel about that. Drew Holiday, I don't know what drugs they're on to give this dude an 85, bro. Drew Holiday's never going to make the Hall of Fame. His game is completely mid. He's a good role player. I'm not going to take that away from him and discredit. He has decent role-playing abilities, but you're not that guy, pal. An 85, you're higher than LaMelo Ball. This video's making me mad, man. Bro, you're higher than LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball shits on you without even trying. LaMelo Ball shits on you on his worst days.
No.
Like, what did Drew Holiday do that is special? He's not a flashy player. He doesn't have any, you know, crazy dunk package. Like, you're just as much
LaMelo
as just an average D2, D3 player playing in LA Fitness on a Friday or Saturday, bro. This is crazy. Like, for them to not even release gameplay just makes it even worse. Like, what's going to be... Zion Williams is 89. That's way too low. Again, he's a 93. Oh, this has to be a 92 or 93 overall, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I don't even need to argue. Look at his game speaks for itself. His game, he doesn't have like he has
bro. To say this literally said Trae Young is better than Chris Middleton, and they said Trae Young is better than LaMelo. Or we can say Middleton is equal to Trae, but bro, both are super clutch. Trae Young, I would put him over Middleton because his playmaking ability is just off the charts, and three making ability is off the chart, and he's really clutch. He's all the things, but Middleton has better defense by a lot. Trae Young can play a lick of defense, bro. And there is not much separation. Yeah, so it's a confusing one, right? And Trae Young is probably almost, if not better than Zion. So at
skill
this
set
point,
that you haven't seen in a long time. Like, he doesn't have a game where you've seen it from somebody else before. Like, I mean, you have some similarities, like Sean Kemp or whatever you want to say, but he got to be a 92 overall, bro. Step it up, man. Tatum 90. That's fair.
Better.
Tatum's nice. That's fair. Lillard 94. That's fair.
Absolutely. See, this is
Luka Doncic 94.
that makes sense.
That's fair.
That makes sense.
Jokic 95.
Makes sense. He's the MVP, bro.
Now, Jokic is an amazing player, great player. I already told you guys that Ben gave him his credit. He actually grew on me earlier this season. 95 is a little bit too high, in my opinion. He has to be a 90. 90 overall is fine. Where Jason Tatum is at. Because the thing is, when you put a player at a 95 overall, they're literally superstar elite status. You know what I'm saying? Like, superstar elite. Like, if you, let's say, never watched basketball before, or you kind of know about basketball, and you think about the NBA, this is the type of level somebody's usually at, is a 95 and up. Like, Jokic hasn't solidified himself just yet in the NBA to give himself a 95. He has to be a 90 overall. That's fair. It's just still a good rating, bro. I just hope, center three balls aren't like OP, bro.
Curry.
Got Curry. And then, by the way, shout out to Y2K with the Y2K Sports with the edit and everything, with the making it nice and everything. Look at Curry, man. So inspirational. 96 overall. No. Gotta be a 98. You gotta be a 98, bro. The breakout season that Curry had. How is Curry playing better when he's older than when he was playing when he was younger? Way too low. Way too low.
Yeah, 101.
He got to be a 98 overall. Now, I'm not upset at the rating too much because he's over a 95. He's exactly what I was just telling you guys about, which is like elite status and everything, which he deserves. My thing is that I hope he's a higher rating than LeBron, because we're going to have some issues.
This is absolutely perfectly correct.
Kevin.
Correct.
Durant.
So, at this point, if 96 is the highest rating,
I like him being a 96 because I mess with KD too. But we got to make Curry a 98. Like, Curry is better than Kevin Durant. We got to be real. They didn't have LeBron. LeBron's a 96. Why is he the same rating as LeBron? Got to be a 93 or 92. You got bounced out the first round or second round, right? Like, you need help, right? You literally have the most stacked NBA team in history, right?
Bro, I don't think this
Kawhi's
is bad.
a 95. Harden is a 94. Curry needs to be at least a 90. Be fair and make him a 97. He needs to be number one right here, bro. LeBron, you got bounced out and you have a stacked squad. It doesn't add up.
It absolutely does. I mean,
Finally,
flight.
Candace Parker.
What?
We don't care.
Hey, nah, don't do that, man. Respect the WNBA, man. Respect the WNBA. Shout out to Candace Parker and shout out to the WNBA. I was laughing because I seen that meme come out and I already know what time he was going to be on. But hey, man, respect the WNBA, man. Women can play just as well as men. Hey, man, what do y'all think about these ratings? They're a little bit off. They're a lot of off, in my opinion. We gotta see gameplay. I'm not fascinated by none of these screenshots or none of these, ratings and nothing like that. We We need gameplay. As usual, man. Coming up a little extra higher than a 73, bro. I don't care what anybody has to feel about that. Drew Holiday, I don't know what drugs they're on to get this dude an 85, bro. Drew Holiday's never going to make the Hall of Fame. His game is completely mid. He's a good role player. I'm not going to take that away from him and discredit. He has decent role-playing abilities, but you're not that guy, pal. An 85, you're higher than LaMelo Ball. This video's making me mad, man. Bro, you're higher than LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball shits on you without even trying. LaMelo Ball shits on you on his worst days. Like, what did Drew Holiday do that is special? He's not a flashy player. He doesn't have any, crazy dumb package. Like, you're just as much as good as just an average D2, D3 player playing in LA Fitness on a Friday or Saturday, bro. This is crazy. Like, for them to not even release gameplay just makes it even worse. Like, what's going to be... Zion Williams is 89. That's way too low. Again, he's a 93. Oh, this has to be a 92 or 93 overall, bro. Come on, bro. Like, I don't even need to argue. Look at his game speaks for itself. His game, he doesn't have... Like, he has skill set that you haven't seen in a long time. Like, he doesn't have a game where you've seen it from somebody else before. Like, I mean, you have some similarities, like, Sean Kemp or whatever you want to say. But you got to be a 92 overall, bro. Step it up, man. Tatum 90, that's fair. Tatum's nice. That's fair. Lillard 94, that's fair. Luka Doncic 94, that's fair. Jokic 95. Now Jokic is an amazing player, great player. I already told you guys that Ben gave him his credit. He actually grew on me earlier this season. 95 is a little bit too high, in my opinion. He has to be a 90. 90 overall is fine. Where Jason Tatum is at. Because the thing is, when you put a player at a 95 overall, they're literally superstar elite status. You know what I'm saying? Like, superstar elites. Like, if you're, let's say, never watched basketball before, or you kind of know about basketball, and you think about the NBA, this is the type of level somebody's usually at, is a 95 and up. Like, Jokic hasn't solidified himself just yet in the NBA to give himself a 95. He has to be a 90 overall. That's fair. It's just still a good rating, bro. I just hope, center three balls aren't, like, OP, bro. You got Curry. And then, by the way, shout out to Y2K with the Y2K Sports with the edit and everything, with the making it nice and everything. Look at Curry, man. So inspirational. 96 overall? No. Gotta be a 98. Gotta be a 98, bro. The breakout season that Curry had.
He hitting so
How
hard.
is Curry playing better when he's older than when he was playing when he was younger? Way too low. Way too low. He got to be a 98 overall. Now, I'm not upset at the rating too much because he's over a 95. He's exactly what I was just telling you guys about, which is like elite status and everything, which he deserves. My thing is that I hope he's a higher rating than LeBron, because we're going to have some issues if he's not. Kevin Durant. I like him being a 96 because I mess with KD too. But we got to make Curry a 98. Like, Curry is better than Kevin Durant. We got to be real. They didn't have LeBron. LeBron's a 96. Why is he the same rating as LeBron?
Alright. One chess game and then we are back. You start about grind, bros. Respectfully. Well, let's say this. Alright. He tried, bro. Uh, all right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Ah, easy. Oh my God. I was the one. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh. Oh. I just almost got that. Man, shit. Ah. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Nice, nice. So now we're back. Oh. Mhm. Respectfully, bro. We're reading this. So, just before we left, we were trying to read this. We did finish our newspaper as well. We were really, really fast. We did do very many things. Now, PM Kusum, if we are talking about PM Kusum, which is Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Utthan Maha Abhiyan. Then we were talking about its component A, which provides for a solar uh, or any type of renewable energy power plant. Now, if we go by this, then if we go by this, if we go by this, then we have to understand what is the support that government provides. The government is providing support in component A, where there will be formation of renewable energy power plants on uncultivable land, that is barren land, or cultivable land, and the limits of those renewable energy power plants will be from 500 kilowatt to 2 megawatts, and lesser than 500 kilowatt power plants can also be manufactured, can also be established, but in special circumstances only. Now, how it will be done? The problem was I do not find where the support is, except that discoms are being provided the support to purchase the energy or to procure the energy from the farmers. The energy procurement leads to performance based incentives for these companies, for these distribution companies, by giving for each unit that they procure from the farms under this scheme, they would get 40 paisa for that unit. All right, for each unit they get this amount. Between LeBron James, put some respect on my name. Now there is support to farmers. So if what if farmers like this, in case the farmers, group of farmers, cooperatives, panchayats, farmer producer organization known as FPOs, water user association known as WUA, etc., are not able to arrange equity required for setting up the renewable energy power plant, they can opt for developing the REPP through developers or even through local discom, which will be considered as RPG in this case. That is renewable power generator. In such a case, the landowner will get lease rent as mutually agreed. The lease rent may be in terms of rupees per year per acre or in terms of rupees per unit energy generated per acre. of land, the farmers may opt for payment of lease rent directly in their bank accounts by the DISCOM from the payment due to the developer. A model land lease agreement has REPP would be implemented primarily on barren land. Also permitted, agricultural land is also permitted under the scheme provided that solar plants are installed in stilt fashion, that is raised structure for installation of solar panel, and with adequate spacing between panel rows for ensuring the farmer activity is not affected. The RPG would be free to adopt any renewable energy source or technology while responding to the bid. However, in case of cultivable land with solar plants, the same may be installed on stilts so that the farmer can continue to cultivate the land apart from getting the benefit of lease rent. So basically, if the farmer cannot build REPP, then he can get a developer to build an REPP, in which case he will get lease rent. He will get lease rent. The money support from government is actually the guarantee of purchase of energy. If capital not available with farmer slash FPO, they enhance the profit to farmer. If capital not available with farmer FPO but still want to participate, they can a participate they can, but still want to participate, they can available but this one they can a get a developer to build REPP, that is renewable energy power plant on their land. B get the local DISCOM to do it. In this case, farmer slash FPO get the lease rent for the usage of his slash her land.
कन्वरपुरा कोटपुतली तहसील में है। यहाँ पर नियमित बारिश नहीं होती, इसलिए किसानों को भूजल पर निर्भर रहना पड़ता है। वर्तमान में यहाँ का भूजल इतना गिर गया है कि गांव में पानी का संकट मंडराने लगा है।
पहले यहाँ 50-60 फीट के ऊपर था, अब यहाँ 400-500 फीट हो गया पानी की, मतलब बाहर भी कम आने लगा, बहुत नीचे गए थे 70 से। ये पहले तो ये इंजन थे उनसे खेती करते थे, अब बिजली से भी 6 घंटे बिजली आती है, न पानी है इतना, न इतनी बिजली आती है।
अमित पेशे से डॉक्टर हैं, लेकिन उनका परिवार खेती किसानी से जुड़ा है। गांव में बिजली और पानी के संकट ने खेती को मुश्किल बना दिया है। अमित ने इस संकट के समाधान के लिए एक नया रास्ता खोज निकाला।
हम इसमें पहले हल्की फुल्की खेती करते थे और वो खेती हमारे लिए कुछ ज़्यादा फायदे का सौदा नहीं हो रहा था, मतलब कि इसमें कभी बारिश ज़्यादा आ गई, कभी बारिश नहीं हुई, कभी सर्दी ज़्यादा पड़ गई, कभी अंधड़ आ गया तो कभी ख़राब हो गई। तो फिर उसके बाद हमारा जो ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल था ना, उसको मैं जब बचपन से देख रहा था कि शुरू में जब से मेरी मेमोरी, जब से हमारे 60 फीट के ऊपर पानी था ग्राउंड वाटर, देन उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि धीरे धीरे पानी हमारा नीचे जाते गया। तो हमने सोचा कि 4-5 साल में बारिश नहीं होगी तो ग्राउंड वाटर बिल्कुल अपना नीचे चला जाएगा, भूजल का स्तर, और ये पानी चलेगा ना, खेती हमारी बंजर हो जाएगी। तो हमने इसमें पहले प्लान कर लिया हमारा कि भाई इसमें अपना सोलर प्लांट लगा दिया जाए अपना एक।
सोलर प्लांट का विचार अमित के लिए नया नहीं था। उन्होंने अपनी क्लिनिक में एक छोटा सोलर प्लांट लगा रखा है। इससे मिलने वाली बिजली से उनकी क्लिनिक चलती है। इस छोटे प्लांट की सफलता से अमित काफ़ी उत्साहित थे। उन्होंने इसे बड़े स्तर पर शुरू करने का सपना देखा। कुसुम योजना ने अमित के इस सपने को हकीकत में बदलने का मौका दिया।
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का जो अभी कुसुम स्कीम निकली है उसमें 3 कंपोनेंट हैं। कंपोनेंट ए, इसमें ग्रिड कनेक्टेड सोलर पावर प्लांट्स लगाए जाने हैं, जिसमें किसानों की लैंड पर 0.5 मेगावाट से 2 मेगावाट कैपेसिटी के प्लांट लगाए जाएंगे और उनसे 25 साल के लिए एक फिक्स टैरिफ के ऊपर डिस्कॉम्स के द्वारा पावर परचेज़ की जाएगी। पावर परचेज़ करने से किसानों को एक रेगुलर इनकम होगी और सरकार का जो मोटिव है उनकी इनकम डबल करने का, वो काफ़ी हद तक इससे पूरा होता है।
पीएम कुसुम योजना के बारे में सुना, हमने सोचा अप्लाई करेंगे। फिर हमने उसके जो वेबसाइट पे सारे डिटेल डॉक्यूमेंट निकाले, जमाबंदी निकाली हमारे पापा जी के नाम से। उसके बाद हमने अप्लाई किया। अप्लाई करने के बाद हमारे को एलओ लेटर मिला। एलओ लेटर मिलने के बाद हमने गवर्नमेंट के साथ पीपीए साइन किया, उनको शर्तों के साथ पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट साइन करने के बाद 2 सितंबर को हमारा पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट साइन हुआ।
अमित ने सौर ऊर्जा प्लांट पर काफ़ी रिसर्च किया और इसे लगाने के लिए एक स्थानीय ठेकेदार की भी मदद ली। 1.5 हेक्टेयर ज़मीन पर 1 मेगावाट का प्लांट लगाने के लिए 3.5 करोड़ रुपए की लागत आई।
ज़मीन होने के बाद हमने इस पर इंस्टॉलेशन का काम शुरू करा। इंस्टॉलेशन में सबसे पहले तो हमने पैनल मंगाए। इसमें हमारे पूरे एक ज़मीन में 3400 पैनल लगे और प्रत्येक पैनल 330 किलोवाट का है, 330 वाट का है। ठीक है, ये स्ट्रक्चर जीआई स्ट्रक्चर है, कम्प्लीटली ग्राउंड माउंटेड स्ट्रक्चर है और इस स्ट्रक्चर में वज़न कम से कम पूरे में 40 टन के राउंड वज़न है इसके अंदर। और इसमें कम्प्लीटली वायरिंग का डीसी वायर लगा हमारा 11 किलोमीटर का है और एसी वायर लगा है 1-1.5 किलोमीटर का लमसम। हमने इसमें स्ट्रिंग इन्वर्टर लगाए, 4 इन्वर्टर लगाए और प्रत्येक इन्वर्टर 250 किलोवाट का है। उसके बाद ये स्ट्रिंग इन्वर्टर में स्ट्रिंग हमारी पैनल से सीधी लाइट स्ट्रिंग इन्वर्टर में जाती है। स्ट्रिंग इन्वर्टर क्या करता है, उसको डीसी को एसी में कन्वर्ट कर देता है। एसी कन्वर्ट करने के बाद ये लाइट हमारी एलटी पैनल में जाती है। एलटी पैनल के बाद ये ट्रांसफार्मर जाके ग्रिड में चली जाती है।
आज अमित प्रतिदिन 5000 यूनिट बिजली पैदा कर रहे हैं। इससे हर महीने उन्हें औसतन 4 लाख रुपए की आमदनी हो रही है। लेकिन शुरुआत आसान नहीं थी। प्लांट लगाने के लिए पैसे का इंतजाम करना उनके लिए किसी चुनौती से कम नहीं था।
स्कीम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में एक सबसे बड़ी रुकावट जो आ रही है वो फाइनेंसिंग को लेकर है। बैंकों के द्वारा फाइनेंसिंग में कोलेटरल की मांग की जा रही है, ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट रेट ऑफर की जा रही है। तो इसकी वजह से किसानों के पास, जिनके पास इक्विटी की अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है, वो उनको पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट करने में दिक्कत आ रही है। इस मुद्दे को हमने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ में काफ़ी बड़े तरीके से उठाया है और उनके द्वारा भी प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। अभी तक हमें 208 लोगों ने अप्रोच करके पावर परचेज एग्रीमेंट साइन करने के लिए 5 लाख रुपया पर मेगावाट प्रोजेक्ट सिक्योरिटी जमा करवा दी है और उनमें से करीब 185 लोगों ने एग्रीमेंट भी साइन कर लिए हैं।
प्रोजेक्ट की सबसे अच्छी बात है मेंटेनेंस का कम होना। इससे उन्हें किसानों के लिए रचनात्मक रास्ते खोजने का मौका मिला। मछली पालन और सौर ऊर्जा के बीच जगह का उपयोग ऐसे ही रचनात्मक रास्ते थे।
ये फिश फार्मिंग का आइडिया मेरे एक मरीज ने दिया मेरे को, तो मैं उससे आइडिया लेता था कि हाँ यार अब इसका क्या प्रोग्रेस चल रही है इसकी और क्या नहीं चल रहा। फिर उससे सब चीज़ें धीरे धीरे मैंने पूछी, तो मैंने लगा कि ठीक है यार अपने को भी करना चाहिए एक बार, देखा ट्रायल बेसिस के ऊपर। तो हमने एक छोटा सा पॉन्ड बनाया इसमें। अभी हमने गड्ढा खोदा है इन दोनों पैनलों के बीच में 80 बाई 10 फुट का और 7 फुट गहरा वो। और अभी हमने उसमें डाले हैं 6000 बच्चे डाले हैं अभी मछली के। तो उनको डेली फीडिंग कराते हैं और बाकी चल रहा है काम।
आज अमित के पास पूरे राज्य से फ़ोन आ रहे हैं। राजस्थान के लोग सौर प्लांट की क्षमता जानने के इच्छुक हैं। अमित को उम्मीद है कि ऐसे समय में जब भारत को वैकल्पिक ऊर्जा स्रोतों की सख्त ज़रूरत है, तब कुसुम जैसी योजनाएं मील का पत्थर साबित हो सकती हैं।
भाई लगाने के लिए मैं राय दूंगा कि इनको कि भाई लगा लेना चाहिए। फ्यूचर है इसका, भविष्य है इसका, क्योंकि एनर्जी अल्टीमेट अपनी बढ़ेगी और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पर अपने को जाना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि पेट्रोल डीजल जिस हिसाब से बढ़ रहा है ना, उस हिसाब से ज़्यादा नहीं चलेगी। और चीज़ें भी इलेक्ट्रीफाई हो रही हैं, गाड़ी भी इलेक्ट्रिक आ रही हैं, तो वो सब चीज़ें इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से चलेंगी। तो इसका क्या है कि अच्छा है काम, 25 साल तक चलेगा ही। 25 साल तक गवर्नमेंट से एग्रीमेंट हो रखा है हमारा, 25 साल तक चलेगा। 25 साल तक फिक्स पैसा आना आपके पास, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी।
Yeah, fixed tariff for 25 years to farmer. Drawbacks. Obviously, there is problem now. The 2 megawatt solar panel, 3.5 multiplied. Required. Power purchase agreement. Profit sharing only for पच्चीस साल के लिए 50 तो 12.5 करोड़ का रिटर्न हो जाएगा over a period of time. Maintenance cost is very low. वो 3.5 करोड़ रुपए हैं, 3.5 करोड़ रुपए हैं। अगर 3.5 करोड़ रुपए का डबल अगर करना है तो अगर मेरा इंटरेस्ट रेट इज फॉर सेविंग्स अकाउंट आई गेट 1.5% इन एफडी, एफडी है 5% की, तो 3.5 करोड़ कितना हो जाएगा विद इन 5 years? Okay, 1.05, 3.38 times, approximately 3.4 times with 5% interest rate. My money is going to get this much amount. So on 5% interest rate, if I put 3.5 crore, I would get 11.85 crore rupees. Even if I am getting, if so simply if you see what amount of money you are actually getting. With this you invest 3.5 crore rupees, imagine, right? And you get 4 lakh per month from it, but you have to invest 3.5 crore, isn't it? Then 3.5 crore are 3.5 crore would become 12 crore in 25 years. 25 years, 3.5 crore with FD will become 12 crore. And from this you are earning, if I say ki there are 25 into 12 months into 4 lakh, that is 0.04. You are getting 12 crore rupees. Exactly 12 crore rupees you are getting. This is slightly higher return than on an interest of 5%. Approximately, if you get an FD of 25 years, you will get more return out of your money of 3.5 crore. And you have to do nothing, literally nothing. Fixed deposit is of 5% on a 5% basis. If you get 5% compounded interest per year, I have said per year for 25 years. If I get the compounded interest, I will get triple the amount in 25 years. 25 years it has to run. It has to run for 48. It has to run 48.5, right? Point 0.5 crore into 7 years. So he will get his money back in 7 years. I don't know what amount of what is the amount of time. What is the so it is paying off. It is paying itself off very slowly. But the thing is, this is how to actually think about this is to get money from FD. You have to have money first, right? Now, imagine. Now I will say that there is some amount of interest rate that you will have to get in order to you have to get the loan. The average loan interest rate is approximately 9%. For example, if you don't have collateral or it is high, I would assume it will go as high as 12% interest rate. 12% interest rate, 1.15 time. So if he's earning 4 lakh per month after paying the interest, because interest service cost is also there now with the loan. Otherwise, the loan is more than what he's earning. Because for 3.5 crore interest rate to be paid in 10 years, for example, if I have to pay 3.5 crore loan in 10 years on an interest rate of 12% or 11%, 12%, let's say, then I will have to pay 11 crores within 10 years. So 11 crores in 10 years. 11 crores divided by 120 months. It comes to 9.16 lakh rupees per month that I have to give. Per month. 9.16 lakh rupees that you have to give per month. Simple calculation by a calculator, bro. 3.5 crore will get with an interest rate of 11-12%. You have to pay compounded interest. Total amount that you have to pay within 10 years must be 3.5 into 1.12 into 10 to the power 10. So if it is the interest rate is, let's say, 11, what is then what it is, power 10 is equals to 9, then 10 crores, 10 to 11 crores you have to pay. So let's say 10 crore, 10 crores, that is 10 followed by 8 zeros. Here I have 120. 8.3 lakh rupees. 8 lakh rupees. Then he must get 12 lakh. At least he has to get those 12 lakh rupees. That is an essentiality. He must get that much amount. And imagine the amount of PPA that Discom is getting. So if I'm giving you 5,000 units, 5,000 units per day, he's giving them 5,000 units per day. 5,000 units per day into 40 paisa, that is 0.4 rupees. 2,000 rupees advantage, 2,000 rupees profit just from incentive discount will get into 365. He is giving them the benefit of 7.3 lakh rupees alone. He alone is giving them 7.3 lakh rupees from incentives. 7.3 lakh from incentive. If 50% profit is there due to him, they are giving him 4.3 lakh of this profit at least to this guy. Or incentive maybe not been giving, or calculate basically if you can 2-3 lakh. So and rest is the purchase. So maybe there is a chance that they can give them 12 lakh rupees. 12 lakh rupees. So basically and debt servicing is a reason. There should be a reason to have debt. Bank require heavy collateral, huge amount of debt servicing, huge amount debt servicing. But the farmer is required. That is also there. Debt servicing also is there. 7th session is over with. Please keep yourselves hydrated. We'll go for chess now. Okay. Okay. She tried, but I was really much faster. Oh no. Oh no. Hanging Queen Cup. Alright, session 8 has started.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the biggest ideas. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the biggest ideas in the universe. I'm your host, Sean Carroll. This is the Q&A video for idea number 14, which was symmetry. And we have an interesting grab bag of different questions that I'm going to try to get to this week. So let's dive in. The first one comes right down to the meaning of what we mean by a group of transformations. Remember, we went through in the symmetry video about how a symmetry is a way that you can transform a system, physical system for example, in such a way that you've done something to it, but the end product is no different. Like the triangle, when you either flip it or rotate it by 120 degrees, you get back exactly the same triangle. This is kind of an abstract notion when you think about it. You're talking about the meaning of a transformation or a group of transformations. Group both in the figurative sense, the casual sense of a set of things, but also the mathematical notion of what you mean by group theory and what a group means in that context. So let's in particular go right down to the integers. This is where the question came up. The question was, why is group multiplication for the integers, group multiplication, actually addition? I mean, it's a good question, right? So the point here is that in group theory in general, when we have two elements of the group and we combine them together, we call that multiplication. Or I suppose you could ask this the other way around. Why is what is obviously the operation of addition known as group multiplication in this context? So the point here is that we are thinking of the integers in two separate ways, and that's why it gets confusing. And this is very, very common in math. This is one of the reasons why both in math and in physics or science more broadly, it can be hard to learn things because the experts know what they're talking about and they can use the same words in two different ways. And if you're not yet an expert, you might get confused about that. So the thing about the group idea, the idea of a group of transformations, is that we can combine them. We can transform the triangle one way, and then we can transform it another way, and we can then forget about the fact that it was a triangle. We can just think about the set of transformations, and we can say no matter what you act on it by this transformation and that transformation, it's equivalent to some third other transformation. Remember, one of the features of a group was when you combine two transformations together, you get a third transformation that is also in the group. So we can forget about what we're acting on and just think abstractly about the set of different kinds of transformations, and that is a leap of abstraction that can sometimes be hard to get onto. So let's make this brutally explicit by distinguishing between the integers as a set of things and the integers as a group. Okay, these are two different things. So let's say the set of numbers, the set of integer numbers. That's what we're usually familiar with. Okay, and let's call this n sub z, the numbers that are actually the integers. Okay, I'm making this notation up. This is not a notation you're going to find anywhere else. But this really means the numbers. So this is the set of n such that n is an element of ... minus 2, minus 1, 0, plus 1, plus 2, ... okay? The integers. And they're numbers. There's an infinite number of them. There's no notion here in this set of anything like adding them together, okay? You can add that to it. You can say, okay, here's the integers with the operation of addition on them. But these are not transformations. This is just a set right now, okay? And now we can distinguish between that set of objects, that infinitely big set of objects called the integers, and the group of transformations, which you might call, what do you want to call it? Adding the integer k, let's call it, okay? So that group we might write as G sub z, okay? This is now a set of transformations. This is not a set of numbers. So like the numbers are 2 means I have 2 bananas, and you know, I can add 1 more banana to that, etc. This is a set of transformations, not of numbers. So this is, let's call it alpha sub n is the act of adding n to a number, and so is the transformation. Well, let's write it this way. Alpha sub n is a transformation such that alpha, actually let's call it alpha k because I called it k up there. Alpha sub k means alpha sub k of an integer n equals n plus k, a new integer, okay? So this is a map, okay? Each alpha sub k is a map from the numbers, integers, n sub z, the numerical integers, to itself. For each k, you have a map that says shift everything over by k, okay? And then, of course, it happens to be true that there is, because this is a group, you can combine things together. If you have alpha sub j acting on alpha sub k of some integer n, well, that's alpha sub j acting on n plus k, which is just n, put it up here, equals n plus k plus j. That's just this, doing it twice, doing this notion of shifting over by an integer twice. And then you notice that that is, of course, the same as doing alpha of j plus k acting on n, right? Alpha j plus k is a different shift. It's a shift by the amount j plus k. It is not by itself the combination of anything, but it is equal numerically to n plus k plus j. So what we do then, following up on what I just said, is we look at this and we say the integer n on which we were acting played no role. Okay, it just went along for the ride. It could have been anything at all. It couldn't even have been a real number, but we're going to ignore that right now. Okay, so rather than writing, we could write alpha j plus k of n equals alpha j alpha k of n. That's true. This is saying shifting n by j plus k is the same as shifting n by k and then shifting n by j. You knew this. We can just write alpha j plus k, alpha j plus k equals alpha j times alpha k. Okay. Now, why do we want to call it times? Because in this particular example, where what we're doing is the integers, then of course we're just adding the integers themselves together. But more generally, more abstractly, we're going to be taking two transformations and combining them, composing them, in fact, would be the technical term here. First you do alpha k, then you do alpha j. It might be the case that these do not commute, for example, in more general circumstances, that you can't do one, then the other, and be expecting it to be the same as the other and then the first one. So in the more general group theory context, it makes sense to call this a product of two transformations, because they won't always commute, they'll have different properties and so forth. Here in the integers, it is in fact the same thing, addition and multiplication. So the group product is not multiplying numbers. The group product is taking two elements of the group and combining them together, one followed by the other. In the case of the integers, that's the same as adding the integers themselves. But that's a special case. That's not the general feature. And this is also why you will sometimes see people write things like, so real people just write z for either the set of numbers or the set of transformations. So let's go back to doing that. And they will write two copies of z as z plus z, or that's the same thing as z squared, right? And there was a question like, why in the world don't we write that as z plus z, or maybe a direct sum? And the answer is just it's the same thing in this case. In this case, where it's the integers, there is no difference. All this notation means, in any of these notations, it just means two different copies, two ways to shift. So this would be, for example, a symmetry group on two copies of the integers. So let's say you had n and m, and then you could take one particular value and you would shift it up both in the n direction and the m direction. That would be the group z twice, z squared, z times z, whatever you want to call it. Okay. But really, I just wanted to use this as an excuse to really draw out this distinction between a set of things and a set of transformations. It's a quick leap of abstraction when you're first faced with this, but it's one that is useful to glom onto. Okay, that was one question. Here's another question. I think this was implicit. I don't know if this was explicitly asked, but it came about. Remember our first example of a group was on the triangle. I don't know why my triangle disappeared. That's too bad. Here's the triangle. There we go. Let's see if I can make it look a little bit more regular. Okay. And one of the things we said was that you could flip the triangle around an axis. So if we labeled this, I forget what we labeled it. I know it was ABC, but I forget what the original order was. But we can flip it around the vertical axis, right? Okay, so that was one thing that we could do. And some people were a little bit worried, don't you have to lift the triangle out of the plane to do that, right? When you flip it around, if the triangle is part of this two-dimensional plane, why are you allowed to do that? And this is actually, a great question, because it really brings to life what assumptions are being made and what assumptions are not being made. Remember, if you go back to the geometry video that we did, part of the insight that Gauss and Riemann had is that we can and should talk about geometry intrinsically to the object. This triangle is clearly embedded in a two-dimensional plane. I drew it there, and if you were to define what the triangle was, you might very well make use of the two-dimensional plane in which it's embedded. But when we get to this point where we're talking about the symmetries of the triangle and more generally the symmetries of other things in particle physics and quantum field theory, etc., we're not imagining that it's embedded in anything. We're imagining it's an intrinsic object somehow. For the circle, so compare this to the circle, for example. Here's a circle. Is this going to become a circle? Ooh, it became an ellipse. But I think I can make it more like a circle. There we go. So the circle, one way to define a circle is to say I start with a point, and I take the set of all points some fixed distance r from the original point, from the origin. Now, clearly, that only makes sense if you're embedded in some two-dimensional surface. You can generalize, by the way, this definition to spheres of any numbers of dimension. The number of points, the whole set of points, a fixed distance r from the origin in n dimensions is the n-1 dimensional sphere. But once we've done that, once we've made that definition, we're now interested in features of the sphere that do not depend on that embedding. Likewise, for the triangle up here, we're interested in certain features of the triangle that do not depend on the embedding. So when we say a flip, okay, when we say a flip and we visualize it as bringing it out of the bringing it out of the plane and copying it, flipping it over, well, what you really are thinking of is a map from the triangle to itself, okay? Flip in the vertical direction. I forget what we called this. Should look at my old notes here, but the point is the thing that turns it into this triangle BAC, okay, is a map that sends, for instance, this point gets set to that point, okay, this point gets set to that point, etc. And the map doesn't require that we physically lift the triangle up and move it around. It just means if you tell me where you are in the original triangle, under the map, I know where you are on the new triangle, okay? So that's why flips are just as good, reflections or whatever you want to call them. When you think about what the symmetries of these spaces or these objects are, you should think about them intrinsically. You should try your best to not visualize them as being embedded in something else. That can be difficult to do, but that's the goal to which we strive. Here's a related question. I don't even think this was a question, to be honest, but I think this is something I should emphasize. I said it in the original videos, but I'm going to say it again, which has to do with the non-commutativity of these transformations. You know, the integers up here commute. That is to say, if I do a shift by n and then a shift by m, it's the same as doing a shift by m and then a shift by n. The rotations do not commute. So rotations, forget about the flips. Question first, why is this a three-dimensional group? So the dimensionality of SO3 equals 3, whereas the dimensionality of SO2, for example, equals 1, does not equal 2. So what this means, SO3 is rotations in 3 dimensions of space. For SO2, it's kind of obvious that it's one-dimensional. If you think about taking some vector in 2 dimensions, x and y, and you rotate it by an angle, theta, then there's only one number that you need to give me. You give me the number theta, I tell you by how much I rotate it, okay? So the question for SO3 was, well, for SO3, here I'm going to draw 3 axes, x, y, z, and I give you a vector right here, okay? And if I want to change that vector to something else, well, what I will do is I will tell you, if I drop this down so I can give you coordinates for this vector, this is phi, and this vertical vector is theta, I can just change both phi and theta. So if I map it to some other vector over here, okay, and this is supposed to be a rotation, it doesn't look like a real rotation. I need a better looking rotation here. I'll rotate it this way. Okay, so if I can rotate this, I could just rotate by a certain amount of phi and then again by a certain amount of theta, and I'm done, right? It looks like it only requires 2 dimensions to specify a rotation in two numbers, okay, theta and phi, or delta theta and delta phi, to specify a rotation. So the answer to that is that in fact, when I do SO3 rotations, reminder, SO3, I'm not just rotating one vector. I'm rotating the whole 3-dimensional coordinate system, okay? So if I want to, let's make it a different color. I want to rotate this somehow, I might send it to something that looks like this. So if this was this x prime, y prime, and z prime, and this was x, y, and z. And so if you go through, and I'll show you an example, but you're going to have to give me 3 different numbers to specify how all 3 of these change. And that's kind of clear from here, because if I rotate this vector to over here, okay, well, I can also rotate around that vector in any way I want, while keeping the first vector that I changed fixed. So there's 2 numbers that I need to change one vector in 3-dimensional space to another vector, but then I have a whole 1 more degree of freedom. That says I can rotate around that vector that is not specified by those 2 numbers. So clearly I'm going to need 3 parameters. And in this case, there are different ways to specify what those 3 numbers are, but you can sort of see from the picture that you're going to need 3 different directions to move in. If you like, you can think about it as a rotation around x, rotation around y, rotation around z. And that also helps explain why, in this case, SO3 is not...
Well, my question has always been, why is it called symmetries, man? Symmetry is a transformation that does not change the system. Right? A transformation is called symmetry when it does not change the system. System is inherent in this transformation. This transformation is called symmetry. Then these transformations form groups. These transformations form groups. These transformations form groups.
non-commutative, okay, in the case in which the reason why it makes a difference, the order in which you do operations. So I thought it would be fun or useful to actually show that a little bit more explicitly. So if you have
Symmetry.
x, y, z, because there's also a little bit of clarity is helpful in what you mean by rotation around x, rotation around y, rotation around z. So let's rotate, start with our axes here. And remember what we're doing is we are rotating all three axes at once. And we're going to start by, let's say, rotating around z. So let's call this rz. And I'm going to do all simplify my life.
Smaller angle there are three.
And this is done. We're going to up get x prime over to where x. Let's put these two together by doing first answers. So this is why this is just a nice illustration. Be non-abelian, can fail to commute in some sense. Okay, then we had a question, and this was asked by a couple people in a couple different ways. I'm not exactly sure what the question is, so I'm going to talk about the idea of complex dimensions. And I think that part of it comes down to the fact that there's always this confusion just about the word dimensions, right? We think there's two traditional ways to think about dimensions, the word dimension, and both of them are not quite applicable here. One is like the completely weird science fiction-y way, like you travel to another dimension, okay? That is not what we're ever talking about in any of these lectures. A dimension is always a direction you can move in some abstract space. So the other common notion of dimension is the real dimensions of space, right? 1, 2, 3, up, down, left, right, forward, backward. These are not that either. When we talk about the dimensionality of Hilbert space, or the dimensionality of a symmetry group, what we're talking about is how many numbers do you need to specify that symmetry group or that space? What are the number of real valued free parameters that you need to specify exactly where you are in this space? And I said real values, but this is the point. In some cases, it is more useful to think about complex valued dimensions, okay? So what in the world does that mean? So very quick reminder of what complex numbers are. I know you know this if you've gotten this far already, but it's just useful to fix it into your head. We define I to be the complex unit, the square root of -1. And in fact, what we really mean is, in some sense, we have a two real dimensional space called the real values and the imaginary values of whatever we're doing, whatever number we're specifying. And we specify this number to be 1, and this number to be -1, and then this number to be I, and this number to be -I. And then any point in this thing called the complex plane can be thought of as A plus I, B. So it's very much like a little vector space. It is a little vector space. To be honest, you have two components. You have the real part A, you have the imaginary part B, and you might want to say, well, okay, it's just a two-dimensional vector space. It's two real numbers that I need to specify one complex number. Why in the world am I calling this the complex numbers rather than just two real numbers? What advantage do I get by thinking of two real numbers as one complex number? And the answer is, if you're sort of following along my implicit guide to how to think mathematically, the answer is there's a bit more structure on the space called the complex plane than there is in just a two real dimensional vector space. So a vector space is a space of vectors, okay, collection of vectors. A vector space is a set of things that can be added together or multiplied by a number, okay? So vector space is, V is a set of things, little v1, v2, etc., such that we have to find an operation v1.
20 minutes. I will be coming back in 10 minutes, bro. 10 minutes, I will be coming back. We came back in 13 minutes. 10 minutes of the last session is there. Let's talk about symmetries.
Plus v2, and we have defined an operation alpha times v, v1, with the property that alpha times v1 plus v2 equals alpha v1 plus alpha v2. So you can add together and you can scale by numbers. That's what makes you a vector space. And when you have a vector space, you can work in components. You can have basis vectors, and sometimes, there's extra structure you can add to the vector space, like what we call a dot product, an inner product. Can you say whether vectors are orthogonal to each other, etc.? But one way or another, you can always say, you can express these vectors, v1, etc., as some number a times a unit vector, e hat 1. So I put a little vector sign over v1, so you remember it's a vector, plus b, another number, times a unit vector, e2, etc. And then you would have this picture, in the one direction, you would have a unit vector here, e hat 1, and another unit vector there, e hat 2, and there. That's a two-dimensional vector space. If a and b are real numbers, elements of the real numbers, then we say we have a real vector space. So when we say real vector space, we don't mean it's an actual vector space. We mean that it is a vector space where the coefficients, the components in some basis, are real numbers, okay? So when I gave you the definition, I didn't say whether they're real numbers or not. Alpha or beta could be real numbers, they could be complex numbers. If they're real numbers, it's a real vector space. So clearly, there's a strong family resemblance between a two-dimensional real vector space and the complex plane. They're both, in some sense, two-dimensional. But there's additional structure on the complex plane, and it comes down to this fact: I equals the square root of minus 1. Or in other words, there is something called I squared, which equals, which equals minus 1. So this equation, this relationship, is something that doesn't exist down here in just two-dimensional vector space land. There's no relationship between E2 and E1 other than they are orthogonal vectors. In fact, they don't even need to be orthogonal. You can have vector spaces without an inner product, without E1.E2 even being defined. As long as they're linearly independent, you can still make this vector space. But here you have this extra fact. There is a way of multiplying numbers in the complex plane that has this relationship that I squared gets you to minus 1. I don't know what to draw there. And this also comes along with the idea of complex conjugation, that I star equals minus I. So there is a map, if you like, from the complex plane that flips you around the real axis. Complex conjugation takes you from A plus IB down to A minus IB, right? That equals A plus IB star. So the fact that there is a new product rule defined on the complex plane, and associated with that there's this idea of complex conjugation, that's something that doesn't exist in the real two-dimensional plane. So the question, should, in some particular case, should you think about things in terms of two real numbers or one complex number, comes down to the question, is there a physical meaning to that complex conjugation, or to that idea of multiplying I by itself and getting you to minus 1, okay? It turns out that for things like particle physics, when you have all these fields, the electron field, the quark fields, and so forth, the Higgs field, these are most conveniently thought of as complex valued fields. Not all of them are. The gluon field or the photon field, these are real valued fields, the gravitons. Roughly speaking, a lot of the bosonic fields, a lot of them, not all of them, but, well, let's put it this way. A lot of the, what is the best way to say it? The neutral fields, the neutral particle fields, usually can be thought of as real valued, and the complex ones can be thought of as the charged fields can be thought of as complex valued. That's roughly the way it works out. And why? Again, very roughly, like, don't tell anyone I'm telling you this, but a real valued field just has the one number, the real value, okay, whatever it's doing. It might be a vector, so it has components, but they're just all real valued. The complex valued fields have two different things that can go on, their real part and their imaginary part, and that roughly corresponds to being positively charged or being negatively charged, okay, being a particle or being an antiparticle. That's why you need a little bit more freedom, a little bit more information for a charged field, and the complex numbers are just right for that. Okay, so if I have complex vectors, I would write, again, it's exactly the same formula. V1 equals A E hat 1 plus just 1 point in the vacuum manifold, and everything is fine. They do not qualify yet as one of the biggest ideas in the universe. There's the real direction and the imaginary from the complex plane that flips you around the real axis. The reason when you have all these fields, the electron field, the quark fields, and so forth, the Higgs field, these are most conveniently thought of as complex valued fields. Not all of them are. The gluon field or the photon field, these are real valued fields, the gravitons. Roughly speaking, a lot of the bosonic fields, a lot of them, not all of them, again, it's exactly the same formula. V1 equals A E hat 1 plus B E hat 2 with both A and B elements of the complex numbers, okay? That's what it means to have a complex valued vector, a vector over the complex numbers, a complex vector space. So it's not that the vectors change, but there's more information in them because you can be both the real part and the imaginary part of each particular coefficient. And then, of course, you have this extra operation. You can take the complex conjugate, etc. So it turns out, and this is just a little bit of extra information you don't really need to know, but it's fun background knowledge, this idea that you generalize the real numbers by adding this unit called I, which is in some sense orthogonal to the real numbers, and satisfies this equation, I squared equals minus 1, so they're related to the real numbers in a very specific way, can be generalized. Not arbitrarily, but in a very, very specific number of ways. And this is, you certainly don't need to know this. I'm not going to explain to you what it means, but this is the topic of normed division algebras. To be honest, I would not be able to give you this precise mathematical definition of this without looking it up, but I know what they are. There's only a couple of them, a few of them. They're the real numbers. Real numbers. So A is a real number. Let's just say that A is a real number, okay? C, complex numbers, are things of the form a plus ib with I squared equals -1. Okay, so in the complex numbers, there's the real direction and the imaginary direction. So a single complex number is like two real numbers. Then there are also, many of you will have heard of this, the quaternions. I think this is the symbol for the quaternions. And for reasons why, which we're not going to get into, you might think, well, you have a plus ib, so you add another dimension. Maybe you should add 2 more dimensions rather than just 1. And the answer is no, you have to go all the way up to 4. So you have 3 different dimensions, a plus I, b plus j, c plus k, d, where a, b, c, and d are real, and I, j, and k are these different kinds of directions you can move in the quaternionic space. So one quaternion is 4 real numbers worth of information. And just like I squared equals -1, likewise, I squared equals -1, and that also equals j squared, and that also equals k squared, and that equals I times j times k, okay? So this set of rules, this is a product table, right? A multiplication table for I, j, and k. And you know that I squared equals -1, k squared equals -1, I times j times k equals -1. So you might want to say, well, like, what is I times j, right? I would like to figure that out. Do I need to give you more information? Well, the answer is no. You know that I, j, k equals -1. So let me multiply on the right by k, k, and then k squared equals -1. So this is minus ij, and this is just minus k. So therefore, ij equals k. There you go. You can figure it out. So anyway, these rules give you the quaternions, and they are a generalization of the complex numbers. So the point being, you can have not only real valued vector spaces, complex valued vector spaces, you can have quaternionic valued vector spaces. And finally, you can have octonionic. Yes, I'm supposed to tell you what the symbol is, right? I think it's just an O. I don't know. These never actually come up in most physics. Oh, there we go, octonions. And there you have, you start running out of letters, right? So instead of writing I, j, k, you write down 1, which is still the number 1, and then you write down E1, E2, ... up to E7. So there's, oops, hope that looks like a 7. So there are 8 different directions you can go in, 8 different real valued numbers equal 1 octonion. And there's a rule for, what is E1 squared, etc. There's a whole multiplication table, so you can multiply any of the e's by each other and get what the answer is. The question you should be asking is, how do I know what kind of vector space I have, or what I should have? What is the mathematical structure I should be using when I'm doing my physics problem? And the answer is, it depends on what the physics problem is. So, the fact that Schrodinger's equation applies to wave functions that are complex, right? The wave function is a quintessential element of a complex vector space, Hilbert space. How do you know? Well, it turns out that's what you need to describe the physical phenomena. So there are people who, very sensibly say, look, there are these elegant mathematical structures, quaternions, octonions, and so forth. I mean, not and so forth. These are the only normed division algebras. There you go. I think that's the right answer. You could have other kinds of mathematical structures that do generalize even these folks. And then the question you ask is, well, what is the physical situation you're trying to describe? There are physics-based reasons why the Higgs boson is a complex valued field and the photon is a real valued field. The Higgs boson, that's a terrible example, isn't it? Because the Higgs boson is, of course, the Higgs boson, which results from spontaneous symmetry breaking after the fact, is a real valued field. That was a terrible example. There are 4 components to the Higgs field before spontaneous symmetry breaking, and those are complex numbers. But I haven't told you about that yet, so you have no idea what I'm talking about, so therefore you're confused. But don't worry, we will talk about that eventually. Better example, the electron, okay? The electron is a complex valued field, the photon is a real valued field. Why? Because electrons have electric charge, and electric charge is either +1 or -1. Photons do not have electric charge. Photons are neutral, okay? So the question is not, here's the math, let's fit it into the physics. The question is, what is the physics? And now let's look for the math that conventionally, conveniently, helpfully describes it. So in nothing that we're going to do for the rest of these videos are quaternions or octonions going to be very helpful. They could be in other examples, but we're not going to get that far. I mean, I guess I never said this out loud, but the philosophy of these videos, the biggest ideas in the universe, is not to really be very speculative. I'm not talking about my favorite ideas in the world. I'm trying to talk about the ideas that have established themselves as really, really important. So the videos aren't here to speculate about crazy ideas that I'm fond of, many of which I have, nor are they to sort of chase the most recent news or the most recent wrinkle about, particles being discovered and stuff like that. I'm really trying to talk in these videos about the ideas that we know are very, very helpful, trying to explain the universe. So SU3 cross SU2 cross U1 is very, very helpful in trying to explain the universe. Octonians, who knows? Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but that they do not qualify yet as one of the biggest ideas in the universe by our standards here. Okay. Let me talk about one more thing, one final thing, which actually goes right into the fumble I just made talking about the Higgs boson, which is the idea of spontaneous symmetry breaking. Now, we'll talk about this a little bit better later on. Actually, will we talk about this? I don't even know. We haven't talked about it yet. But we mentioned it in the last Q&A video because we talked about topological defects. Remember, imagine that you have two scalar fields, phi1 and phi2.
Exactly.
With a potential V of phi1 and phi2 equaling minus mu squared phi1 squared plus phi2 squared plus lambda phi1 to the fourth plus phi2 to the fourth. I think that works. But anyway, what I want is to have a so-called Mexican hat potential, phi1, phi2, and then V of phi looks something like this. I'm drawing it here so that the minimum is not at 0, but that okay, doesn't really matter. You just add a constant to it, plus a constant, okay? And then what you notice for a potential like this, where there's a phi squared piece that is a negative coefficient, and phi to the fourth piece that is a positive coefficient, the minimum of the potential is on top of a hill. Sorry. The center of the potential is the top of a hill, but the minimum of the potential is down at the brim of the hat. So there's not a unique single point that is the brim, that is the minimum of the potential. There's a whole vacuum manifold. That's what we call this, the vacuum manifold, the space of possible states of lowest energy. And what I said was, the reason why I mentioned this in the last Q&A video, because the last Q&A was about geometry and topology, and I said, look, the vacuum manifold in this case is a circle, S1, right? And it has the property that pi1 of S1 equals Z, and pi1 is the fundamental group. It's the way that we can map circles into the vacuum manifold. And the fact that we can map circles in a topologically non-trivial way into the vacuum manifold gives rise physically to cosmic strings. Because if you think here's space, here's 2D space, and let's imagine that in this region of space, actually let me draw it this way. Let me draw a little bit better here. Be a little bit more careful. Here's space. And here's the vacuum manifold of my scalar field theory. The space of all field configurations, phi1 and phi2, which minimize the energy. And the reason why there are cosmic strings is field space here, right? Here is secretly, I'm not going to draw the potential, but this is phi1 and phi2, and the vacuum manifold has the property, if this is the value v, little v, don't ask me why it's usually called little v, phi1 and phi2 combine, phi1 squared plus phi2 squared equals v, that's the vacuum manifold. The set of all possible values of phi1 and phi2, so they sit on that circle down there. And then what we want to do is say, like, let's imagine I have a region of space, which is actually this circle, okay, not the interior of the circle. Let me draw a circle in space. And imagine that at every value of that circle, the fields, phi1 and phi2, are in their vacuum manifold, okay? So I have a point, a base point, and I map it to the vacuum manifold. And if the whole circle gets mapped to just one point in the vacuum manifold, then everything is fine. Everything is just topologically trivial, nothing interesting going on. But it can be that this vacuum manifold, that this region of space gets mapped with a winding number. It wraps topologically non-trivially around the vacuum manifold. And what that means is that somewhere inside here, you're going to have to climb out of the vacuum manifold. That's the usefulness of topology in spontaneous symmetry breaking. It can be the case that if your vacuum manifold is non-trivial, there are configurations in space which imply that you can't be in the vacuum manifold everywhere. You cannot smoothly continue the field values while remaining in the vacuum manifold because they cannot be unwound. There you go. And therefore, you say that here, there is some energy right there, and this is just 2 dimensions of space, so I can just do it, I can extend in the 3rd dimension. If this is z direction, then this region of space, which climbs out of the vacuum manifold and therefore has energy, because it's sitting up here at the top of the potential, is going to look one-dimensional. It's going to look like a string. So, long story short, if the fundamental group of the vacuum manifold is topologically non-trivial, the field theory can give you cosmic strings. What does this have to do with symmetries? Up here, some manifold. With the circle in phi2 little v,
It is
phi1
difficult to
and phi2.
understand this topic, Prof. Well, Session 8 is over. Well, if 8 and we spend 13, that is 37. 7 minutes. We have actually done one more session basically in addition, just because we were doing stuff, right? But we will see later. But session, what session? Session 8 is done. Bro, this is complicated. Um, well. It just fell apart so hard, man. Damn. Ah, shit. Get wrecked, bro. Tried to flag me. I flagged you so hard. Fuck off. Bro, he played terribly. Anyways.
To combine phi
I
1
don't understand.
interval configurations phi 1 and phi 2, which minimize the energy. Of that negative coefficient, and phi to the fourth piece that is a positive coefficient. The minimum of the potential is on top of a hill. Sorry. The center of the potential is at the top of a hill, but the minimum of the potential is down at the brim of the hat. So there's not a unique single point that is the brim, that is the minimum of the potential. There's a whole vacuum manifold. That's what we called this, the vacuum manifold, the space of possible states of lowest energy. And what I said was, the reason why I mentioned this in the last Q&A video, because the last Q&A was about geometry and topology, and I said, look, the vacuum manifold in this case is a circle, S1, right? And it has the property that pi 1 of S1 equals Z, and pi 1 is the fundamental group. It's the way that we can map circles into the vacuum manifold. And the fact that we can map circles in a topologically non-trivial way into the vacuum manifold gives rise physically to cosmic strings.
Oh, okay. This is what this
Because if you think here's space, here's 2D space, and let's imagine that in this region of space, actually let me draw it this way. Let me draw a little bit better here. Be a little bit more careful. Here's space. And here's the vacuum manifold of my scalar field theory. The space of all field configurations, phi 1 and phi 2, which minimize the energy. And the reason why there are cosmic strings is field space here, right? Here is secretly, I'm not going to draw the potential, but this is phi 1 and phi 2. And the vacuum manifold has the property, if this is the value v, little v, don't ask me why it's usually called little v, phi 1 and phi 2 combine, phi 1 squared plus phi 2 squared equals v. That's the vacuum manifold, the set of all possible values of phi 1 and phi 2, so they sit on that circle down there. Now what we want to do is say, like, let's imagine I have a region of space which is actually this circle, okay, not the interior of the circle. Let me draw a circle in space. And imagine that at every value of that circle, the fields, phi 1 and phi 2, are in their vacuum manifold, okay? So I have a point, a base point, and I map it to the vacuum manifold. And if the whole circle gets mapped to just one point in the vacuum manifold, then everything is fine. Everything is just topologically trivial, nothing interesting going on. But it can be that this vacuum manifold, that this region of space gets mapped with a winding number. It wraps topologically non-trivially around the vacuum manifold. And what that means is that somewhere inside here, you're going to have to climb out of the vacuum manifold. That's the usefulness of topology in spontaneous symmetry breaking. It can be the case that if your vacuum manifold is in decline, I have to do is say, like, let's imagine 1 and phi 2, so they sit on that circle down there. Now what we want to do is say, like, let's imagine I have a region of space which is actually this circle, okay, not the interior of the circle. Let me draw a circle in space. And imagine that at every value of that circle, the fields, phi 1 and phi 2, are in their vacuum manifold, okay? So I have a point, a base point, and I map it to the vacuum manifold. And if the whole circle gets mapped to just one point in the vacuum manifold, then everything is fine. Everything is just topologically trivial, nothing interesting going on.
Is okay. Is mapped to one singular point. So let's say each point would simply mean that if this vacuum manifold is nothing but all those points, all those values of phi 1 and phi 2 for which the potential is minimized, and it forms a circle because of the shape of the potential curve, and it forms a vacuum manifold, which is, this manifold is a S1 space, a space of S1, or a space that is a circle, a space that is circle. When I say that the space is circle, that would mean that all of my points of the circle, all of my points of the circle can be mapped to or can have a map onto themselves by anything. Similarly, R square is also a space. R square is all of those points in that space. What is a point in a space? It is a what is a point? It is an element of the set that I have just created and named R square, for example. Same goes with sphere. Basically, each point has some kind of relationship between them, and it forms a group. And this space is a group, right? That is what this is. Now it is, now S1 is that. What is space? This is space. Now I can map anything to it, to each point not necessarily to each point. Many things can be, so basically mappable. The rooms are empty, you can put something on those, in those rooms. Basically that is what it is, those set of points I have told you. Now here this vacuum manifold has phi 1 and phi 2 to be filled. In this space, now this is space in which uh, the points are actually our well-known x, y, z, hell and time. So if at any point there is some, both of the field must be there, phi 1 and phi 2. So if they are in this circle that has been formed in this space, if oh, right. What he says is, then there is no problem. Nothing has been done. It is same. That means at each and every point, phi 1 and phi 2 are same value. And when, but we know that this vacuum manifold being a sphere of one dimension, that is, it is a circle. The property of this kind of space is such that if I were to map another circle, that is, the points, all the points of that circle were to be mapped onto this circle, this vacuum manifold, then it can be done in such a way that it can be done in infinite number of ways. This mapping can be done infinite number of ways, which are topologically different from each other, and each way can be represented by an integer. This way depends only on one thing known as winding. If I do not wind around it, then it is a point. It is a point. Oh, okay. No, I just did a mistake. What he means is about point is does not mean that phi 1 and phi 2 need to be same. The fact of the matter remains that phi 1 and phi 2 can be different, but they can be by some methods linked or can be mapped to this vacuum manifold in ways that the space does not need to have phi 1 and phi 2 values. This space does not have to have the specific phi 1 and phi 2 values, but the mapping of all of them, because there is a directionality in the circle, the value of those points when mapped has some weight, and that is where topology comes into picture. There is some way, and to say that all of those values are basically linked to one point is to say that there are varied values of phi 1 and phi 2 that are mapped to this, all those phi 1 and phi 2 combination in this circle that are to be said to be mapped to one point of this vacuum manifold would mean that, okay, for example, for example, when we talk about let's say this is the space he was talking about, right? And here is the circle that he made, right? It has some directionality, let's say it is this, and then there is this space in which he was talking about phi 1 and phi 2, and I have built a vacuum manifold which is nothing but a point of points that have the property phi 1 square plus phi 2 square is equals to V. So if I plot each and every point, if I map each and every point from here phi 1 comma phi 2 have some value. They have some value. If they are mapped, the mapping can be such that there is one point here, but it can also be done in this fashion also. These एक second, this and this or any of this are topologically same. This and this, if you ask topologist, he will say these are same, because
Hello, everyone. That circle.
These are topologically same because these are linked by smooth transitions. That means these values of phi 1, phi 2 for which we have, these are same. If we can map, these maps are topologically equivalent. Topologically equivalent maps. This map and this map. Let's say this is map M1 and this map is M2. Then M1 is equivalent to M2 topologically. I take a piss. Topologically, M1 and M2 are same. So at a very fundamental level, these two are different. These two things are different, but these are topologically same, would mean basically that there exists a method of arranging these phi 1, phi 2 values around this circle, so that a third mapping, a fourth mapping, a fifth mapping, and nth mapping can be made in which there is topological difference. For example, if this is not a point, but actually it is done by like this. For example, this is fourth mapping, this is mapping number third. It is done by this method. You mapped it in this manner. That is, one time you wound it. It was one circle that you took about the base point. Such kind of mapping can also occur, such kind of values. You might not find any pattern with phi 1 and phi 2, but with this mapping, I would say that these two and these have something different, and that is topology is different. What are the consequences of such things, such arrangements? We know that phi 1 and phi 2, these are different. Basically, if I were to say that, okay, phi 1 and phi 2 are these values, probably the value is not there like this. But topologically, if we say, okay, what is the topology, then there will be something. Now, this is what he's trying to say, and what he explains further.
The fields, phi 1 and phi 2, are in their vacuum manifold. Okay? So I have a point, a base point, and I map it to the vacuum manifold. And if the whole circle gets mapped to just one point in the vacuum manifold, then everything is fine. Everything is just topologically trivial, nothing interesting going on. But it can be that this vacuum manifold, that this region of space gets mapped with a winding number. It wraps topologically non-trivially around the vacuum manifold. And what that means is that somewhere inside here, you're going to have to climb out of the vacuum manifold. That's the usefulness of topology in spontaneous symmetry breaking. It can be the case that if your vacuum manifold is non-trivial, there are configurations in space which imply that you can't be in the vacuum manifold everywhere. You cannot smoothly continue the field values while remaining in the vacuum manifold because they cannot be unwound. There you go. And therefore, you say that here, there is some energy right there, and this is just 2 dimensions of space, so I can just do it. I can extend in the 3rd dimension. If this is z direction, then this region of space, which climbs out of the vacuum manifold and therefore has energy, because it's sitting up here at the top of the potential, is going to look one-dimensional. It's going to look like a string. So, long story short, if the fundamental group of the vacuum manifold is topologically non-trivial, the field theory can give you cosmic strings. What does this have to do with symmetries? Well, look at this potential that I drew here. I'm trying to hide the equation. I'm not exactly sure the equation is right. But you can look at the potential, and there's clearly a symmetry here, right? There's an SO2 symmetry. There's an SO2 symmetry that rotates phi 1, phi 2, thought of as a 2-dimensional vector in a 2-dimensional space, to phi 1 prime, phi 2 prime, right? So if you think of it this way, you've been drawing it like this, phi 1, phi 2, and I can do a little rotation to make this phi 1 prime, phi 2 prime. Okay? I can rotate it by a little bit. And just as clearly, so this is a symmetry of the theory. This is not just there's nothing to do with spontaneous symmetry breaking yet. This is what the symmetry is of this theory. If I have phi 1 and phi 2, it doesn't matter what direction I call phi 1 and what direction I call phi 2. They're both there, okay? And I can rotate them. The physics is remaining unchanged. So we know that SO2 itself is a one-dimensional group. So SO2, it turns out, well, let me say more generally, groups have topologies. That's, I guess, what should be the punchline of this. What is the topology of this group? Well, in this case, what do I mean by having a topology? I mean that For all the topological invariants we talked about, like the homotopy groups, like pi1, etc., the dimensionality, there's an answer for this group, what that is. So I of course can talk about pi1 of the circle. How can I wrap one circle around another one? And we've talked about, wrapping circles around punctured planes or spheres or things like that. I can do the same thing with a group. So I can talk about pi1 of SO2, and it equals maps from the circle into SO2. The set of topologically equivalent maps, the set of maps that can be deformed into each other. So you probably have guessed this already, but look, the action of SO2 is just a rotation here by theta, by a single thing, and theta can go from 0 to 2 pi. So topologically, it turns out that topologically, SO2, group of rotations in two dimensions, is equal to the circle. That's exactly what it is. The set of all rotations in two dimensions can be parametrized by points on a circle. How much should you rotate by? There you go. So, therefore, pi1 of SO2 equals z. It's the integers. And you might now be thinking, well, oh, good. So the symmetry group gave rise to the vacuum manifold, and that's why we know there are cosmic strings. Not quite that simple. Let me drive home how complicated this can get, because the symmetry group gave rise to SO2 equals z. It's the integers. And you might now be thinking, well, oh, good. So the symmetry group gave rise to the vacuum manifold, and that's why we know there are cosmic strings. Not quite that simple. Let me drive home how complicated this can get, because it can get complicated pretty quickly here. So what about, another symmetry group? What about SO3? Well, you might think, we have 3 dimensions. We're going to rotate them. So just like in 2 dimensions when we rotate around a circle, maybe in 3 dimensions we rotate around some kind of sphere, right? The sphere is left invariant by rotations. But that's not true. That's why we had the previous discussion about the dimensionality. A 2-dimensional sphere is 2-dimensional, but SO3 is 3-dimensional. SO3 cannot be the same as a 2-dimensional sphere, and has nothing to do with a 3-dimensional sphere, right? It seems to have nothing to do with it. So there's a long story short, but let me, the real point that I wanted to get to is, just because I tell you what a group does, what it acts on, doesn't mean you can tell me what its topology or its geometry is right away. It turns out that, I won't go into details here, but that SO3 is a 3-dimensional sphere with an identification by a Z2, which is, see, there's a single discrete symmetry mapping different sides of the sphere. So it's very hard to draw a 3-dimensional sphere. Imagine that instead of being 2-dimensional, which it really is, this were a 3-dimensional sphere, okay? So if this were a 3-dimensional sphere, this thing that I said, divided by Z2, I mean, if I take this point on the sphere, I identify it as the same point as one on the other side of the equator, okay? If I take this point, I identify it up there with that point, this point right here is identified with that point right there. So it's really just the top half of the sphere in some sense. So this is all just a lesson trying to tell you, well, if you're watching this far in, then you're here for some of the fun things that I'm not going to explain in complete detail. The point is that the topology of groups is very intricate and it becomes very complicated. And the punchline of all this is topological defects. When do we get a topological defect? Like, topological defect is a cosmic string, a domain wall, a magnetic monopole, etc. It is a configuration of the field which we know has to contain energy in some kind of dimensional configuration simply because of the topology of the vacuum manifold. That's what makes it a topological defect. Topological defects happen when the vacuum manifold has non-trivial topology. How do we know what the vacuum manifold is? Here, the symmetry group SO2 was a circle and the vacuum manifold was a circle. That is what will happen if you break the symmetry entirely. But sometimes you break the symmetry part way and not the entire way, right? And then you have to think harder. So the answer is topological defects. You have a symmetry group. And again, I know perfectly well I'm not giving you enough information here to completely absorb what's being said, but maybe it is a little hint or inspiration to go further. So imagine I have some theory with a symmetry group G, and I break it spontaneously. And what that means is, spontaneously to a subgroup H, subgroup of G, so a smaller group embedded in the bigger group. What does that mean? That means I have some physical configuration which is rotated by the symmetry group, but is not left invariant by it. So for example, very, very simple example. Let's imagine we have SO3, okay? So we have XYZ. This is real three-dimensional space, but let's imagine it's just more abstract than that. It could be real three-dimensional space, but let's imagine it's some space of fields or something like that. And let's imagine that, just like over here, the field would take a non-zero value. It would point in some direction, right? So here, this field, if it were living right there, the field is not invariant. The field value living in the vacuum manifold changes when you do a symmetry transformation, right? The set of all field values doesn't change. It maps into itself. But the specific field value that we have in that particular location of space does change under the field configuration. That's when you get spontaneous symmetry breaking. So let's imagine you have a theory that is invariant under all SO3 three-dimensional rotations. Okay, but let's imagine there's some object in the theory, whether it is a vector field or some other set of fields, which takes a value pointing along the z direction. So in other words, in empty space, okay, let's imagine there's a vector field that picks out a direction everywhere in space. So then the underlying theory is invariant under the entire rotation group, but that rotation would change the direction in which this vector, call it v, is pointing it. At least some rotations would change the direction. If you rotated around the x-axis, or if you rotated around the y-axis, then v would change. But rotations around the z-axis leave v unchanged. So there's an unbroken subgroup, which is just rotations around the z-axis, and that is SO2. So in this case, the original symmetry group G is SO3, rotations in 3 dimensions. The unbroken group is SO2, is rotations that leave V invariant. And then, there's a long way to go, much longer than I expected, long way to go to get to the punchline, which is that the vacuum manifold is the group that you start with divided by the symmetry group that is unbroken, the unbroken group, okay? This is called a quotient space. And what this means is I take the full set of transformations in the original group, but then I ask, can they be related to each other by a transformation in the unbroken subgroup? And if they can, I count them as one element of this vacuum manifold, this quotient space, called a quotient space for obvious reasons. And it's very much like this example we gave here. If you have a 3-sphere and you identify opposite points, that's quotienting out by Z2. Here, you would have SO3 mod SO2. That would be the vacuum manifold for this theory, okay? And in fact, you can actually do the math. There's some computations involved. There's some more math for you to learn. It turns out that topologically, this space, SO3 mod SO2, well, what's the simplest thing it could be? How lucky could we get, right? If SO3 is three-dimensional group, it has this weird topology we set up here. It's S3, but okay, it's still three-dimensional, right? SO2 is one-dimensional group, right? And it turns out that you can sort of check that this makes sense, but the dimensionality of a quotient group, G divided by H, is the dimensionality of G minus the dimensionality of H. Because this is saying how many directions are there to go in G, how many directions are there to go in H, how many are left over. Okay, so if you like, this makes more sense if you write the dimensionality of G, the whole group, is the dimensionality of H, the number of symmetry groups left unbroken by this field living in empty space, plus what is left over. So, SO3 is three-dimensional, SO2 is one-dimensional. This quotient space, this vacuum manifold, is going to be two-dimensional. What's the simplest thing it could be? A two-dimensional sphere. And indeed it is a two-dimensional sphere. That's not that many two-dimensional compact closed manifolds that it could be. So, nice. What this says is, if you start with SO3, you break it by some vector down to SO2, then you have a vacuum manifold which is two-dimensional. That's the sphere. Remember when we said up here, could you think of SO3 as a two-dimensional sphere? No, you can't. But if you break it to SO2, then the vacuum manifold is indeed that exact two-dimensional sphere. It is the set of points that you could transform V into by an SO3 transformation. That's the vacuum manifold. And so it makes perfect sense that the vacuum manifold is a two-dimensional sphere. Just look at this picture, look at this, what V is doing, and think about everywhere I could take it by rotating in some place. That fills up a single two-dimensional sphere. And that is why, pi 1 of, let's just tell you these facts, pi 1 of S2 is trivial. You can take a circle, map it into a sphere, you can always contract it down to a point. But pi 2 of a sphere,
that is so easy. If I have this and I can rotate it in about this and about this, it will chart this, and by it will chart this. So let's say I did this and I did this. It is pointing here. This. And if I did this and I charted this. So every point of sphere. This is so easy. So if only these and the combination of these, basically all of this, you do x and y. So basically that s square is
the integers. Okay.
2
Take a
SO2
sphere and map it to a
multiplied.
sphere. A two-sphere, map it to a two-sphere. You can wind around once or twice or 0 times or minus 1 times or whatever. So there are no cosmic strings in this particular theory that I have of SO3 breaking down to SO2, but there are monopoles, one-dimensional topological defects. And in fact, the same thing, the same kind of logic works for grand unification theories in particle physics. Why do grand unified theories, GUTS as they're called, predict monopoles? Well, because they imagine that you start with some symmetry group G. Let's just say it's G. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Well, okay, it could be like SU5 or something like that. But there's lots of things it could be. Some simple group. Let's imagine it's not the product of two groups, because then it wouldn't be really unified, and we're trying to grandly unify everything. Let's imagine it's a simple group. And then H, the unbroken symmetry group, the whole point is you imagine breaking the grand unification group down to the symmetry group of the standard model. So we know what the unbroken group is. It has to be SU3 cross SU2 cross U1. By the way, I'm giving more details here. There's really a, I'm going to write this and then I'm going to unwrite it. There's a secret that they never tell you, but it's actually the symmetry group of the standard model is this modulo Z6. There's a Z6 discrete subgroup that gets modded out in the standard model. But nobody cares, and it's not actually relevant for what we're saying right here, so let's ignore that right now. The point is that for any simple group G, whoa, what happened there? For any simple group G, pi 2.
Were we told about SU3, SU2, and do U1 last time? Or did I just completely forgot? Well, again, we have overshot by a lot. By 40 minutes. By 10 minutes. Bro, it is definitely we have done 10 and 11 session by now. Definitely. 10 session 9 and 10 are done. Only 2 sessions remain, 11 and 12 after this. By far. That would mean basically session 8, 9 and 10. Session 7 started at 9:30. That was approximately 2 hours before. What were we doing 2 hours before? I have to see, because I would not like okay, so we were seeing, what we were seeing was basic our PM Kusum, right? It was environment and government science, basically GS. So one more session would be there. All right, that is fine. So 9 and 10, 11 and 12 will remain at least. Then we will see what we got to do. Okay. Well, all right. Kanye West got right. Oh no! Um, uh, 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 take it. Mm. So we have to see that session ended, session 11. We have to see that if we were. If we, this is Q&A 14.
Hello, everyone. Complex plane is symmetry underlying it. Space-time rotations of electromagnetism is what gives rise to electric charge being conserved. Orthogonal group case, there's a continuous set of transformations that we can take out of UN to leave us with SUN. Okay, and S here stands for 1, and that was correct. I should have just said it. Should have bleed between that. Other, it's a those things. X vector appear in one-dimensional. Generally, calculate the dimensionality of SUN as it is not going to be n. It is in fact n squared. Let me get it right. Yeah, I was going to say n squared minus 1, and that was correct. I should have just said it. Should have bleed myself. There you go. It goes up very quickly. The minus 1. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the biggest ideas in the universe. I'm your host, Sean Carroll, and today's big idea is kind of a payoff. I know that in the last couple of videos, we did ideas that were heavily mathematical. We did a video on geometry and topology. Then we did a video on symmetries, which is, of course, based in physics. But what we talked about was the mathematical language in which we describe symmetries, the language of group theory. So today, we get the payoff. Today, we're going to show why we had to do those other two videos. You know, we love math, nothing wrong with math, but we're really about the ideas that describe the physical world, the physics ideas. And today's idea is gauge theory. Gauge theory is very directly, basically you should be able to think of it as geometry. We're not going to get too much into topology today, but we'll get there eventually. Geometry wedded to symmetry. That's what gauge theory is all about. You may have heard the phrase gauge theory. Gauge theories are at the center of modern quantum field theory. The standard model of particle physics is a gauge theory. Gauge theories are theories that have a certain kind of symmetry that gives rise to fields, that give rise to forces of nature. That's where we're going to go. Why are they called gauge theories? There's this story that it has to do with railroads somehow. There was this technique back in the old days, in the early 20th century, that you would have a gauge, a literal sort of physical measuring rod that they would use in building the railroads to make sure everything lined up correctly. Of course, it doesn't matter how big your gauge is as long as you use the correct numbers of them to get from point A to point B. In other words, it's just like saying it doesn't matter whether you measure a distance in centimeters or inches, okay, as long as you get the same physical distance. And so this idea was picked up by Hermann Weyl, a mathematical physicist in the 20th century, who talked about the invariance under scaling and how that could give rise to forces of nature, and that terminology was adopted into gauge theories. But the gauges we're talking about, the gauge theories we're talking about, have nothing to do with scaling. We're not going to be making things bigger or smaller. We're going to be rotating things together. That's the modern way that we generally have gauge theories showing up in particle physics. In fact, the most obvious example to look at, just to fix our ideas, are quarks. We talked about quarks a little bit. Quarks are what make up the matter particles that make up protons and neutrons and heavier particles and some lighter particles. So, for example, the proton, we said, is 2 up quarks and a down quark. The neutron is 2 down quarks and an up quark. There are also mesons, like the pion, that is a quark and an anti-quark, etc., okay? But the extra fact about quarks that really makes them different than the non-quarks, the leptons, the electron, the muon, the tau, the neutrinos, and so forth, is that quarks come in 3 colors. Of course, the idea of colors, let's say red, green, and blue. There was a brief movement to make it red, white, and blue, but that was considered a little jingoistic. So red, green, and blue is a little bit more physics-oriented. This is an idea from Murray Gell-Mann, the famous physicist who was one of the co-inventors of quarks. And the idea is that there's not just one up quark field, for example. There's just one electron field, basically, but there are three different up quark fields, a red one, a green one, and a blue one. Again, not actually red, green, and blue. If you shone light at them, they would not reflect red, green, or blue. They're just labels, okay? Just a way of saying there's a multiplicity of three different kinds of every single quark. So we could imagine drawing a little vector space. It's not just that there are three quarks. There's a red, a green, and a blue. It's that every quark is some combination of red, green, and blue, some linear combination. So we can imagine here is the actual quark field. It's living somewhere in this space of red, green, and blue. That's the idea, okay? Electrons do not have that color property, but quarks do. And so you will not be surprised to learn that whether you call any particular quark red or green or blue doesn't matter. In fact, it doesn't matter if you call it some linear combination of red, green, and blue. All that matters is that the relative relationship between different quarks is going to be important. But the actual value for the color of any quark doesn't matter. So there is a symmetry. Oops. I should be consistent here color-wise. There is a symmetry. And the symmetry is rotations of these three different colors of quarks into each other. It doesn't matter how we orient the axes in these three-dimensional space. Also, quark fields, like all other matter fermion fields in nature, whether it's electrons or neutrinos or whatever, are complex valued fields. So in fact, it's a complex rotation, and we talked about that in the last video. The symmetry here is, so there's all that matters. You call any particular quark red or green or blue doesn't matter. In fact, it doesn't matter if you call it some linear combination of red, green, and blue. All that matters is that the relative relationship between different quarks is going to be important. But the actual value for the color of any quark doesn't matter. So there is a symmetry. Oops. I should be consistent here color-wise. There is a symmetry. And the symmetry is rotations of these three different colors of quarks into each other. It doesn't matter how we orient the axes in these three-dimensional space. Also, quark fields, like all other matter fermion fields in nature, whether it's electrons or neutrinos or whatever, are complex valued fields. So in fact, it's a complex rotation, and we talked about that in the last video. The symmetry here is SU3. The unitary group, the special unitary group of three different complex vectors rotating into each other. So there's an SU3 symmetry built into the quark fields. And in fact, it's a complicated history because there's an entirely different SU3 symmetry, which we eventually realized was a symmetry between up quarks, down quarks, and strange quarks. This is only an approximate symmetry. It's not really as good, but it was still crucially important in understanding particle physics in the 60s. That's called a flavor symmetry. For some reason, up, down, and strange are flavors. There you go. Whereas this is a color symmetry. So sometimes you see it written as SU3 color. And this is the one that is going to be crucially important. This is the actual one that enters the standard model of particle physics in a fundamental way. This is the relationship for each quark. For the up quark, it can come in red, green, and blue. The down quark comes in red, green, and blue. The strange quark comes in red. They all do, okay? All six of them. And now when you have a symmetry like that, there's a basic choice you need to make. There's two different ways that a field theory can have a symmetry like SU3 or whatever, depending on what kind of fields you have. One way is to say, look, I can rotate in this field space, in this color space, in red, green, and blue space. There's a way that I have of just rotating everywhere in the universe. Because remember, these are fields, right? They live at certain locations in space. Let's say it the other way around. At every location in space, there's a value of the fields. So the question that we're asking now is, how do you rotate in color space at different points of space at the same time? Okay, so one option is you rotate globally. That is to say, you have a notion, an idea of what it means to rotate a fixed amount. Let's say red gets rotated into blue. Okay, you rotate around the green axis. You rotate by a fixed amount everywhere through space, exactly the same way. Okay, that is called a global symmetry. And actually the flavor symmetries are like that. So the flavor symmetry between up, down, and strange quarks is something that just makes sense everywhere in space. You know whether the quarks are up, down, or strange. You can change your definition globally all throughout space. And that's useful, that's helpful, that's there. It helps you sort of classify what the field theory is doing, what kinds of particles can be made, what kinds of interactions there are. Okay. But there's a much more powerful idea, which is that you can rotate locally. And what that means, this is when you actually get what we call a gauge theory. What that means is that I can separately, at one point in space, rotate my red, green, and blue axes into each other. And at another space, I can rotate in another point in space, I can rotate in a completely different way. So in other words, to draw a picture, here's space. We're getting good at drawing space now. And here's a point in space. And at some point in space, I have three little axes corresponding to red, green, and blue. And at some other point in space, I have axes corresponding to red, green, and blue. And the gauge symmetry, the local symmetry, says that it is an invariance of the theory that I can change red, green, blue. I can rotate them at one point under some SU3 transformation. And at another point, at each other point in space, I can rotate them completely separately. Okay? So I might have a quark that I said was blue over here, and over here the same quark field is green or something like that, right? And the point is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at every point. This is a much bigger symmetry, right? So scientists, physicists will sometimes say SU3 is an 8-dimensional group, right? Because we said n squared minus 1 is the dimensionality of SUN. And if you have a global symmetry, that's exactly correct. You have an 8-dimensional symmetry group. There's 8 different things you can do. When you have a local symmetry, a gauge symmetry, the true symmetry group is infinite dimensional, because it is a separate SU3 rotation at every point in space. And there are an infinite number of points in space. So the mathematicians look at the physicists and go like, you clearly have an infinite dimensional group here, but that's because we've suppressed the dependence on spatial location and are just thinking about the SU3 transformations. Okay, that's what a gauge theory purports to be. It's a theory where there is a symmetry, where that symmetry can be separately a rotation at every point in space. But like we said, you might want to say, okay, here I have some kind of quark, Q. What is important is not whether that quark is red, green, or blue. That doesn't make any difference at all. That's a complete choice of labels, okay? It has no physical effect. But I might have another quark over here. I'm trying to choose colors that are not red, green, or blue. Here's another quark over here. I might want to compare that quark field value to that quark field value. They might want to say, like, how are they interacting or something like that, right? So one way to do that would be to parallel transport the quark field along some curve through space, some trajectory, and say, like, what do I get at the end of the parallel transporting? In other words, once I have a gauge symmetry, I need to be able to compare the values of quark fields at different points in space, even though I can separately change the labels at those different points in space, right? Whether a quark is red, green, or blue in one space is at what point is completely up to me. Whether it's red, green, or blue at another point is also completely up to me separately. So I need some way to physically say, are they the same color, are they different colors, or whatever. And in order to do that, I need to be able to parallel transport the quarks. We talked about parallel transport in the geometry and topology video 2 ideas ago. Parallel transport is just keeping a vector constant parallel to what it was as you move it along some curve, okay? And to do that, you need to be able to know what it means to keep a vector constant as you move it along a curve is a connection field. The connection is exactly the set of data at every point in space, which answers the question, what does it mean to keep a vector constant? So if you want a gauge theory, if you want a gauge symmetry, if you want to be able to separately rotate the color fields at one point in space and another one, but you also need to be able to compare them, it follows logically that you need another field. You need a new field. You need not only the quark fields, you also need a connection field that tells you how to relate quark fields at different points in space, okay? So that connection field, or sometimes, more often, it's going to be called a gauge field.
Bro,
logically one.
this is
Symmetry,
big.
vector.
This is huge.
Keep a vector. What you
Why do you
different
need this?
separately up to me, whether it's red, green, or blue, at another point is also completely up to me separately. So I need some way to physically say, are they the same color, are they different colors, or whatever. And in order to do that, I need to be able to parallel transport the quarks. We talked about parallel transport in the geometry and topology video 2 ideas ago. Parallel transport is just keeping a vector constant parallel to what it was as you move it along some curve, okay? And to do that, what you need to be able to know what it means to keep a vector constant as you move it along a curve is a connection field. The connection is exactly the set of data at every point in space, which answers the question, what does it mean to keep a vector constant? So if you want to gauge theory, if you want to gauge symmetry, if you want to be able to separately rotate the color fields at one point in space and another one, but you also need to be able to compare them, it follows logically that you need another field. You need a new field. You need not only the quark fields, you also need a connection field that tells you how to relate quark fields at different points in space, okay? So that connection field, or sometimes, more often, it's going to be called a gauge field. And this extra field, over and above the quarks, this extra field that allows you to implement the gauge symmetry, is what's going to give rise to forces of nature. In this case, in the case of SU3, it's going to give rise to the strong force, to what we call, in this case, quantum chromodynamics. Because it is the quantum theory of the dynamics of the color fields, aka QCD. So it's really the dynamics. It's really the fact that you have these axes, red, green, and blue. I'm telling you you're allowed to rotate them however you want. That implies the existence of a gauge field, a connection that lets me parallel transport, and that connection will have its own dynamics. And it's the dynamics of that connection field which is going to give rise to the strong nuclear force, to QCD. Okay. In fact, it turns out that this is in fact how nature works, that all the forces of nature work this way, one way or the other. There are 4 forces that we like to talk about. And by the way, sometimes people try to get sticky about what you mean by the definition of the word force in this context. The word force made perfect sense when we're doing classical mechanics and F equals ma. Here, in the context of quantum field theory, it makes much less sense. There's no fundamental notion of the word force. We just use the word informally to refer to these 4 gauge theories that we have lying around. So if people say, well, does the Higgs count as a force? Does neutrino exchange count as a force? Does the Pauli exclusion principle count as a force? Who cares? I don't care whether they're forces or not. They exist. They're real features of the world. So are these. That's all I care about. So we know what the 4 forces, the standard 4 forces are. Electromagnetism. These are all gauge forces in some sense. Electromagnetism, we worked out electromagnetism back in the 1800s, right? Maxwell and their friends. And in fact, Maxwell knew about what we would now call gauge transformations. He didn't use that language, obviously, but now with real quantum field theory, it's a much more powerful thing. So let the electron field be denoted psi E minus as a function of x, okay? So lowercase psi, so it's not a wave function. It's a classical field that will go into making the wave function. But I don't want to call it E because, we have Euler's constant that goes into e to the I theta. That's going to be important in a second. So I don't want to call it E, so let's just call it psi sub E minus. This is the electron field. And there is a U1. It's a complex valued, okay? It's complex. So there is a U1 symmetry of the electron field that sends psi E minus of x to e to the I theta, and theta also depends on x, times psi E minus of x. So in other words, remember we talked about U1 back in the symmetry video last week. U1 is just a rotation in the complex plane. So the electron field is a complex number. In fact, it has other indices that's more complicated than that, but it's a complex field, okay? So I basically take that complex value, it's more complicated. So the electron field is a complex number In fact, it has other indices. It's more complicated than that, but it's a complex field, okay? So I basically take that complex value of the field and I rotate it by an angle theta. And I can rotate it separately by a different angle theta at every point in space. So the whole theory is supposed to be symmetric, invariant, under these rotations by this value of theta, which is completely up to me. Theta is itself a different value. Theta is not a physical field. It's just a way I'm changing the what I call the real part and the imaginary part of the electron field at every point in space. So that implies the existence of a photon field. And usually in the lingo, in the quantum field theory literature, that's denoted A or A mu. The lowercase mu is an index because it's a space-time vector. The photon field points in a certain direction. I'm going to try to simplify our lives. I don't know how well this is going to work, but I'm just going to call it gamma of x because photons are given the letter gamma in particle physics. And I'm going to forget about the indices, forget about all of that. The point is, this is the connection, okay? That's what the photon field is. It's the connection in the U1 symmetry of the complex rotations of the electron field. That's what it is. That's why we have electromagnetism, because there's a gauge symmetry. And in order to parallel transport the electron field from one point to another, we need a connection. And that connection is a separate field with its own dynamics, and we call it the photon. That is a way of thinking about why electromagnetism exists at all. Okay. Then, that's one force of nature. We have another force called the strong force.
Bro, my mind is spinning. Bro, my mind is spinning so hard. Oh my god. What is this? In this context, now read that. It took us 3 days to build some kind of context, bro. Oh my god. 3 days to build some context, bruv. Bruv. You must be kidding me, bro. Oh my god. We built some context. Now we will go here. The point remains now. I have gone deep enough in this, And now I am understanding one thing, that the list of why does not end. At some point you have to stop. You learned about group, you learned about gauge. Now gauge is a connection. You are just asking question after question after questions. At the end of the day, a why needs to stop. This needs to stop. You have to understand that there exist two things in your mind should be clear from this, that elementary particle physics has two fundamental mathematical theories, gauge theory and group theory. It will be difficult to accept. It is uncomfortable. I am feeling uncomfortable because I won't be able to derive what it is. But at the end of the day, you have to remember something. It is easier if you know what you're talking about little bit, so that you can write now why it was 1 plus 3 or whatever, why is it multiplication, why is it plus, it does not actually matter. Multiplication, close multiplication, plus, it does not matter. We are talking about two groups, that is it. This multiplication and plus are actually, that those multiplication and plus actually define two different operations. That is what they are defining. So when we so now you are going, now this is understood. Now uh what we say is that you had a symmetry. Symmetry is a transformation. We forget about the object and we look at the transformation in physics. This is what he said. What does this mean? Symmetry is the transformation that is invariant. That would mean that we follow. So this would mean that I have a theory. So we will chalk it up to luck that we were able to find a mathematical model that would help us understand what is going on. We were able, it was luck that we were able to find out that it was luck that we were able to find out uh, some kind of invariance. It was luck that we were able to find out some kind of invariance on the basis of which, so basically there was a prediction that I predict that I found this invariance that can occur. I found this symmetry. I found this symmetry. I found this symmetry. I formulate a group of all those transformations. So SU3 is a unity group which is complex plane in 3 dimensions, which is rotating, 3-dimensional rotation. No flipping is there. UN, SUN, all kind of stuff with a flip. I don't know. Anyways, 11th session is over, bro. Oh. Damn. It's hard to understand all of this.
Yes.
What the hell? Huh?
Yes!
One enemy remaining.
Yes! Yes!
Oh man, bro. If
Finally
they are rushing, why you
headshots!
back off?
Holy shit, I told my brain. Aim higher and you'll get this headshot. Manifested. Let's go. No more beep beep boop boop shots. No more.
Yo.
Dear fellow scholars, this is 2-Minute Papers with Dr. Károly Zsolnai Fehér. Today, it is possible to teach virtual characters to perform highly dynamic motions like a cartwheel or backflips. And not only that, but we can teach an AI to perform this differently from other characters to do it with style, if you will. But today we are not looking to be stylish, today we are looking to be efficient. In this paper, researchers placed an AI in a physics simulation and asked it to control a virtual character and gave it one task: to jump as high as it can. And when I heard this idea, I was elated and immediately wondered, did it come up with popular techniques that exist in the real world? Well, let's see. Yes! Woohoo! That is indeed a Fosbury flop. This allows the athlete to jump backwards over the bar, thus lowering their center of gravity. Even today, this is the prevalent technique in high jump competitions. With this technique, the takeoff takes place relatively late. The only problem is that the AI didn't clear the bar so far, so can it? Well, this is a learning-based algorithm, so with a little more practice, it should improve. Yes, great work. If we lower the bar just a tiny bit for this virtual athlete, we can also observe it performing the Western roll. With this technique, we take off a little earlier and we don't jump backward, but sideways. If it had nothing else, this would already be a great paper, but we are not nearly done yet. The best is yet to come. This is a simulation, a virtual world if you will, and here we make all the rules. So the limit is only our imagination. The authors know that very well, and you will see that they indeed have a very vivid imagination. For instance, we can also simulate a jump with a weak takeoff lag and see that with this condition, the little AI can only clear a bar that is approximately 1 foot lower than its previous record. What about another virtual athlete with an inflexible spine? It can jump approximately 2 feet lower. Here's the difference compared to the original. I am enjoying this a great deal, and it's only getting better. Next, what happens if we are injured and have a cast on the takeoff knee? What results can we expect? Something like this. We can jump a little more than 2 feet lower. What about organizing the Olympics on Mars? What would that look like? What would the world record be with the weaker gravity there? Well, hold on to your papers and look. Yes, we could jump 3 feet higher than on Earth and then... ouch. Well, missed the foam matting, but otherwise...
This was great. My mouth was open, bro. So interesting. All right. Hmm. So yeah, it is time to revise. Malab, let's see what we did. Yeah. Okay, so National Forest Policy. National Forest Policy in 1988. I have not read. This is incorrect, and this is also incorrect. Proliferation. This I did not know. Correct, correct, correct. Yes, yes. All the marks need to be updated. Comprehensive. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay, 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 okay. Comprehensive environmental pollution performance index. Ugh, I confused it with this. Oh my god, bro. I'm embarrassed. Embarrassing. This by Yale. I just added C on my own. What the hell am I doing? That's the environmental quality at a given location. Following the algorithm of source, pathway, receptor, and various parameters like pollutant concentration, impact on human health, and level of exposure have been taken into consideration for the calculation of pollution indices for air, water, and land. The present CEPI is intended to act as an early warning tool. It can help in categorizing the industrial cluster in terms of priority of planning needs for interventions. So, so basically, pollutant concentration, health impact, exposure level, and out of this we get a calculation of pollution indices for air. So air pollutant concentration, water pollutant concentration, land pollutant concentration, then their impact on human health and the exposure in that area, in that industrial cluster is seen, and then is provided SEPI. So SEPI, who gives comprehensive environmental pollution index? Comprehensive CPC, comprehensive pollution index, comprehensive environmental pollution index. CPCB. I am pro. I am pro. I am pro. 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 It is CPCB. CPCB. CPC. Lighting a billion lives is a campaign by Terry that promotes the use of solar lanterns specially designed and manufactured on decentralized basis. Lighting a billion lives has successfully engaged the private sector and leveraged CSR. On this note, let us revise CSR. Corporate social risk. Huh? What? What the hell? No way. गायब हो गया ब्रो. ब्रो ये गायब हुआ है. हाँ? What? नहीं होगा ब्रो, कैसे होगा? अगर नहीं है तो नहीं है भाई। सी, सो इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि मैं अभी करूं। Corporate social responsibility can be defined as a company's sense of responsibility toward the community and environment, both ecological and social, in which it operates. Companies can fulfill this responsibility through waste and pollution reduction processes, by contributing educational and social programs, by being environmentally friendly, and by undertaking activities of similar nature. CSR is not charity. CSR is a way of conducting business by which corporate entities visibly contribute to the social good. Socially responsible companies do not limit themselves to using to engage that only increase their profits. They use CSR to integrate economic, environmental, and social objectives with their company's operation and growth. CSR is said to increase reputation of a company's brand among its customers and society. It is not charity. Applicability of provision on every company including its holding or subsidiary having net worth of rupees 500 crore or more, turnover of 1000 crore or more, do net profit of 5 crore or more during the immediately preceding financial year. Company cease to meet the criteria for 3 consecutive financial, it is not required to comply with CSR at the time it meets. Ensure that company spends in every financial year at least 2% of average net profit to or during the 3 immediately preceding financial years. practices, practice. Is another pollution. The learning from tests. I will go environment three. Marks. Egg mark. ये there is also one eco mark. Eco mark. This is quality. Eco mark is a government scheme of labeling of environmental friendly products to provide accreditation and labeling for household and other consumer products which meet certain environmental criteria along with the BSI for that product. Ecomark. Ecomark. Who does Ecomark? ECO लेवल प्रणाली इको मार्क दर्शाता है कि उत्पादन और खपत वाहन पर्यावरण के लिए सम्मानजनक है। इसका मतलब है कि उत्पाद उद्योग कपड़ा और रासायनिक उत्पादों में प्राकृतिक चयन स्वस्थ और पारिस्थितिक उत्पादों के लिए उपयुक्त है। Ecomark. effective since 1991. Ghada. A certification mark issued by Bureau of Indian Standards. Product conforming to a set of standards aimed at the least impact on the ecosystem. I knew D was there, bro. Everybody doing this. Three, four would be switched. Yeah. What is this mitigation, bro? What is this mitigation? Mitigation and impact management. The EI report tells you how to do the mitigation. Exactly not correct. Basel Convention on the Control of Basel Convention on the Control of Transboundary Movement of Hazardous Waste. The convention aims to protect human health and environment against adverse effects resulting from the generation, transboundary movement, and management of hazardous waste and other wastes. It it regulates the transboundary movements. Aims to protect human health and environment against the adverse effects. Its scope of application covers a wide range of waste defined as based on their origin. Aims. Following principal aims: reduction of hazardous waste generation and promotion of environmentally sound. Okay. Well, there it is. Hyperspectral imaging satellites. Primary goal of is to study Earth's surface, not atmosphere but Earth's surface. A meteoroid is any solid originating from asteroids, comets, or other celestial objects and floats through interplanetary space. A meteor is a streak of light that appears when a meteoroid enters the atmosphere. So for a shooting star is a meteor, burn up meteorite, asteroid. Yeah, I changed this, bro. It was launched in 2009, bro. माइक्रोवेव ऑप्टिकल फाइबर उल्टा है मैं बड़ा क्या हूँ 5G is optical bro I'm so bad easy and it's complicated is not more expensive क्या बात कर रहे हैं भाई कुछ भी इट एक्सेसिबल टू गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटीज कैसे हो सकता है भाई ये क्या है ये भी उल्टा ही है ये भी इट इज completely wrong this was completely wrong ब्रो ये गलत नहीं है सही है भाई the what the fuck इन लोगों को कुछ पता है भाई क्या है भाई साहब there is a high kinetic energy in the region is the more interesting answer r omega square oh I am retarded no I mean इक्वेटर के आसपास as compared to gravitational force is least in this zone also equator has much larger speeds then oh lord so r is more here as compared to here so if a ball is rotating in this direction it is if I'm here then this is so lesser I'm right you just don't uh, spin bad This is not correct. There's high kinetic energy as well. Here as well. What the fuck? This was I didn't even know. Alcohol, water, aluminum. It depends. I believe. Yeah. Two of the questions I did not agree with. Okay, boys. We did a super long stream of 8 fucking hours, bro. 8 hours. We were here. We studied really hard. We'll come back. But you can see we got 8 hours of study in this whole stream. 8 hours. Nice. 12 sessions. We need only 8 sessions more, baby. We will meet at 2. Bye bye.